the S tier. So it's very obvious what the fire analogy is going. It's S tier. It's the absolute. I think it's the best analogy that you can use. Is it the best analogy wholesale? There's certain parts where other analogies fit certainly better, but as an overall analogy, it fits both criteria. It explains the Trinity, and I think it's very strongly similar. You can treat the fire analogy and the sun analogy as the same. Now, before I explain the analogy, there are a lot of people, especially when you say the sun analogy, and I had this with my conversation with Redeemed Zoomer. There's a lot of people who think this analogy is an Aryan analogy, because, well, the sun, the heat and light of the sun is the products of the sun, so it's like they're created. So that's not that's closer to Arianism. I've noticed that the people who think this way typically have a Calvinistic understanding of the Trinity, which they deny eternal generation. So they deny that the Son is eternally generated from the Father, from the essence of the Father. Well, sorry, that's literally what the Council of Nicaea teaches. So you can't deny that. That's the only reason people have a problem with this analogy. But I'll explain the analogy and I'll explain why that interpretation is untenable. So what is the fire or the sun? I'm going to explain the fire analogy, the fire aspect. So you have the fire, and from the fire proceeds two essential powers, right? That flows out from the fire. You have the light and you have the heat. The fire does not exist without its heat and light, even though the heat and light is caused from the fire. With the sun, and even with the fire, maybe you can be like an overly Reddit guy and say, oh no, there's this millisecond part where the fire exists but doesn't have any heat. You're kind of like missing the point of an analogy there. Of course, there's going to be this. This is a created thing, but as far as commonsensically we look at fire, like the heat and the light, you can't separate it from the fire. And yet, the fire is the causal source of heat and light, just like the fire, right? Just like the Father in the Trinity is the cause of the light of the world, right? Christ, of the Word and of the Holy Spirit, right? So the Father eternally begets the Son, and the Holy Spirit proceeds eternally from Him. Likewise, with the fire, you kind of had this operation. Another aspect, it also explains the operation, the add extra operation, because now let's look at this from the perspective of the sun. When you, for example, wake up and you look outside, you say the sun is shining, but you're not looking at the sun. You're not pointing at the sun. You're pointing at the effects of the sun. But we call the effects of the sun, its heat and light, the sun as well, right? So we use the same name we use names for the effects coming from the cause. So the cause can name the effects, and also the effects can also name the cause, right? But in this case, the effects are named by the cause, meaning that calling the heat of the sun, the light of the sun, a sun is not wrong, which is, well, the Father, Son, Holy Spirit are one God, right? So there's that analogy as well. In terms of the operation, we also think, let's say it's 15 degrees Celsius outside and whatever, like 60 degrees Fahrenheit, 50, I guess 50 is supposed to be the middle, right? That's the intuitive aspect of Fahrenheit, is like it's 100 to 0. 0 is very cold, 100 is very hot. So I guess like 50 is like right in the middle, right? Let's say it's 50 degrees Fahrenheit, 15 degrees Celsius. I don't know the exact calculation at the top of my head. There is going to be a difference between 15 degrees, but with no sunlight, or no, of course, there's going to be sunlight, but it's cloudy, right? It's going to feel a bit colder compared to 15 degrees with sunlight. If you're outside 15 degrees and you're walking right under the sun's light is shining on you, you're going to feel hot, right? It's going to feel pretty hot. It's going to feel hotter than 15 degrees because the light, in a sense, communicates the heat. Well, the Son communicates the Holy Spirit, right? The Word of God communicates the Holy Spirit in the Christian life, in creation, and in add extra operations. That is, outside of the internal structure of the Trinity. I'm using structure here analogically, of course. There's no parts or anything like that in the Trinity, but outside the internal structure, so to speak, effects that affect us, right? Like creating the world, sanctifying human beings, so on and so forth. So you'll notice this analogy can cover various different aspects of the Trinity. It explains how there can be one nature of things, and how, even though the fire causes its heat and light, it does not mean that the heat and light is temporally, after the fire, right? It's causally after. So there's a logical ordering, but it's not temporally after the fire. in a commonsensical way, right? Don't go full Reddit on me. It's like there's a 0.00001 millisecond here, scientifically proven, so this analogy doesn't work. No, even if that will be the case, even that being the case, like it's the case with the sun, doesn't really change the analogy, right? Because obviously the uncreated nature is going to be very different from created nature, but the fact that you have created things operating in this way is showing to us that well, it shows us that maybe the Trinity is not so crazy to think about, right? Maybe it isn't so difficult to understand. So this is why I think the fire analogy, I think it does a lot of work. It's very similar to how the Trinity operates in many ways, of course, as similar as it can be as a created analogy. And contrary to what Calvinists and people who deny eternal generation think, it's not an Arian argument. And the reason why this is not an Arian argument is that Arianism is the belief that the Son is this perfect creation of the Father, right? So he's a creation. But the heat and fire of the fire is not something, it's an outflowing of its essential power, right? It's not something external to it. Whereas if the Son is created, it means that the Son is an external creation of the Father. So it's not internal to the fire, but to the Father. But heat and light is internal to the fire, right? Like you can't have the nature of the fire without these things. So this is why it cannot be an Arian analogy, because again, as I said, anything created is external to God, right? So if the Son is external to God and the fire is internal, the heat is internal to the fire, for example, then there's a strong dissimilarity. The similarity is closer to the Trinity than it is to Arianism. So it's not an Arian analogy. If you use it very wrongly, like I don't think it's even possible, to be honest, but this is not an Arian analogy. This is a Trinitarian analogy. And that's all of the analogies that I'd like to cover in this video. Maybe
I'm seeing red. Don't think you'll have to see my face again. Don't have much time for sympathy, 'cause it never happened to me. You're feeling blue now. I think you bit off more than you could chew, and now it's time to make a choice, and all I wanna hear is yours. So follow the leader down and swallow your pride and drown. When there's no place left to go, maybe that's when you know. Follow the leader down.
The show starts in 1...
Slow speed, we all seem focus. In motion, we seem perfect moment, that golden moment. I know you feel it too. I know the feeling. The words are so familiar, all the same grades, the same mistakes. It doesn't have to be like this. If you don't make a friend now, one might make you. So learn the gentle art of making enemies.
Don't you look so surprised? Happy birthday, you fucker! You blow that candle out, we're gonna kick you! Don't say you're not because you are! Don't say you're not because you are! It's a reason not that you are! It's a reason not that you are!
Well, all you need is just one more excuse.
You put up one hell of a fight! You put up one hell of a fight!
I wanna be your very best excuse.
I never felt this much alive! I never felt this much alive!
Loving you, loving you, loving you was like loving the dead. It was like loving the dead. Loving you was like loving the dead. Loving you was like loving the dead. Loving you was like loving the dead. Was like loving the dead. Was like loving the dead. Was like loving the dead.
my nightmare. The shadow in the background of the morgue. The unsuspecting victim of darkness in the valley. We can live like Jack and Sally if we want, where you can always find me. And we'll have Halloween on Christmas, and in the night we'll wish this never ends. We'll wish this never ends.
Where are you? And I'm so sorry. I cannot sleep, I cannot dream tonight. I need somebody and always. This I can't get my feet up off the edge. I kinda like the little rush you get when you're standing close to death. Like when you're driving me crazy. Hold on as we crash into the earth. A bit of pain will help you suffer when you're hurt. For real, 'cause you are driving me crazy. By your lips, your words, a robbery. Do you grin inside? You're killing me. All along we talked up forever. I kinda think that we won't get better. It's the longest start, but the end's not too far away. Did you know I'm here to stay?
We'll stagger home after midnight. Sleep on an arm in the stairwell. We'll fall apart on the weekend. These nights go on and on and on.
I can't keep your voice out of my head. All I hear are the many echoes of the darkest words you said, and it's driving me crazy.
Breathing from a hole in my lung. I had no one but faces in front of me, racing through the void in my head to find traces of a good luck academy. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Sparks ignite and trading for thought about no one and nothing in particular. Watched the second socket and drove. Resent nothing. There's goodwill inside of me. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Wake me up low with a fever. Walking in a straight line. Set me on fire in the evening. Everything will be fine.
in the gracious days. I used to be warm and gone, and so restless nights. My aching heart would bleed for you to see. Oh, but now I don't find myself bouncing, no whistling, but roaches to make me cry. No more I love you. The language is leaving me. No more I love you.
You worry about leaving a better planet for our kids. How about leaving better kids for our planet? Entire generation offended at everything, getting mad that a human thinks all lives matter. We don't need black or white or left or right. What we need is common sense. We need balance. We're all in the same boat. Why you trying to make holes? If they sink, we sink. This is madness. I'm offended that you're offended by me taking offense. Can't build a wall. Why does your house have a fence? I believe in two genders. I'm not mad at the rest. I'm just confused when a dude has a beard and some breasts. We won't always agree. No, I don't hate all police.
Hands are all twisted, it's pointing at me. I was damned by the light coming. All that I see spoke with a voice that disrupted the sky. She said, walk all over, yeah, it's a bitter shade. I will wrap you in my arms. Ain't no stand. Let me sign. Let me sign.
universe. What a concept.
You know, the universe is a little bit like the human hand. For example, you have Grauman's center right here, and then you have undiscovered worlds and Sector 8, and up here it's the Tillman's crest. So you can kind of picture that it's a little bit like a leaf or it's not a bowl.
The universe is beautiful. Something like a new woman that I was gonna date. You're dark and you're massive and you have a black hole. And all of those elements I want to explore just like you would explore on a new date. You want to dive deep into them and feel around and just see what's going to come out of that. The time it takes to get from one star to another star is instant. You need to travel at the speed of light. And us humans can't even fathom the concept of that kind of time because it's really, 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 really fun to think about taking a speed of light ride.
If you could put the universe into a tube, you'd end up with a very long tube, probably extending twice the size of the universe, because when you collapse the universe, it expands, and it would be, you wouldn't want to put it into a tube. Picture a hot dog bun and throw all the stars, the hundreds of stars that there are in the universe into a bag, and put the universe into a bag, and you all of a sudden, they become... When I was a child, there was thought to be 9 planets, but there are in the universe into a bag, and put the universe into a bag, and you all of a sudden, they become When I was a child, there was thought to be 9 planets, but there are now 90 planets. 9 planets. But there are now 90 planets.
You know, the ultimate fate of the universe is so dark and mysterious that it generates butterflies in my stomach, and that goes to tickles in my spine, and that creates goose pimples, and then that penetrates my mind, and then the whole Big Bang explosion.
Stars can be fun. A lot of people say, Donna, you get so wrapped up in the physics of it, don't you have any fun? I say, well, I go up and I look at the stars through my telescope and I see the little dipster, or I see the big dipster. Every star has a sister star, a little bit like 2 eyeballs. If you can imagine, if you could see the other side of my eyeball, you'd see a 360-degree eyeball.
Do you know that when you look at a planet and you see that light, that planet's not...
Okay, welcome. How you guys doing?
Very well, and thank you. Yourself?
All right. What do we got here?
Oh, this is my favorite. This is the prophetess Hadassah. And she's just real special. This is my favorite, not for any brilliant arguments, but just because this person exists. Is that okay? I mean, I know it's not super on point with all the argumentation that you like, but I really think you'll get a chuckle out of this.
Okay.
You want to go ahead and push play? Okay, I will.
Very well. How are you?
Doing very well. Thank you for asking. Hadassah, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, and yes. I'm 42, actually.
Right. And you believe in some kind of a God?
In Jesus, yes.
Cool. What would be the best evidence or the best argument for the Christian God being?
Yeah, your stream is offline right now.
I pushed it too with the science lesson.
Darn it.
It was the meme thing. Yeah, it was the meme.
Yeah.
It's heavily copywritten.
Right? Yeah, they police their stuff.
So sometimes it just pop back on?
Yeah.
It will just
It
randomly pop back on.
All right. Yeah. So what do you want to do? You just want to go and just.
I want you to tell me when the stream is back up and I can push play, or you want me to just.
I've got it. I've got
Well, we
it.
can wait if you want a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, because we just started and everybody's like, well, what is this thing?
Oh, Tog is here. Oh, no, he's not. Wait, he's out in the chat.
But you know the thing about what DZ is doing here, your God is imaginary. He's making a claim in the positive.
Yeah, he's
So
baiting.
that's he can't actually make that argument.
He's baiting. He's just hanging it up there like bait.
Nobody's pointed that out to him though.
Oh, I'm sure they have, but he just needs them to come in and admit they have a God. Everything will just happen organically after that. Right? It's bait because the people that really have something to prove are going to go in there because they feel challenged by the words they read. And they're like, I've got to go and make a stand, and that's exactly who he wants to come in.
Yeah.
Remember, it's about viewership and content, right? So
Not what is true necessarily.
I mean, not necessarily what is true. I don't think he makes any claims to know what is true.
How's he able to just disassemble what other people think are true without knowledge of what is true?
Well, finding out that something is not true is not as easy as finding out something is true.
There has to be a basis for truth in order to find out something's not true. He would have to have that.
Yeah, that's true. Is it back up?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's back up.
What? Why did Nemesis says that?
Yeah.
Do you see the accusation that I set you up to get? Are you serious?
Set up? Well, it's
Could you
he's
clear
only
that up when it comes.
There's
down
an
to it?
argument to be made for spiritual warfare from a believer's view. So the setup could be long and drawn out, like sort of draw somebody in,
Months in
make
the
friends
planning.
with
Okay.
them, get them to agree, and then strike later type of thing.
The charge is that I got you a copyright strike, JG. That's the
Oh,
charge.
that one? No, he didn't do that. I did that. But
Okay.
Nemesis. Yeah.
All right.
How you doing, Hadassah?
Very well. How are you?
Doing very well. Thank you for asking. Hadassah, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, and yes. I'm 42 actually.
Right. And you believe in some kind of a God?
In Jesus, yes.
Cool. What would be the best evidence or the best argument for the Christian God being real?
The best evidence would be the believers.
Oh, tell me how, because like the New Testament says that the believers are going to behave a particular way and that we should know
That's a bad argument.
Christians should be different from non-Christians, but I don't see much of a difference.
Right.
She says the believers as the argument.
Yeah, because probably there's so many of them and there's so many that are faithful that Jesus must be real. God must be real.
I did warn you that she's not going to be bringing any brilliant argumentation. That's why it's so funny, because she claims to be a prophetess.
Oh no.
These are these are the kind of people that we're both going to agree are not speaking from divine inspiration. I really think that just a few minutes into this, you'll be like, no, not a prophetess.
The strength of her belief, though, is fantastic.
Amazing.
Well, I mean, yeah, the argument that God exists because of the believers, because she believes. I mean,
What I mean,
that's really not even an argument.
everything
It's
that she says, she believes it very, very strongly, no matter what you say.
But
Look out
anyway.
for her.
Yeah, she's going to be giving you the typical Christian argument of the prophet class or category.
Well, it's been 2,000 years. A lot happens in 2,000 years.
So
I mean, are you aware of the end times theology at all?
I'm quite aware, but that doesn't actually address what I was saying. Like the New Testament says that Christians are going to behave a particular way, right? Do you believe that the Holy Spirit makes people a new creature?
I do.
Okay. Do you think that people that are new creatures in Christ are going to behave the same as non-Christians?
No, they're not.
Okay, so they are going to behave slightly differently. Okay. And what sort of behaviors would I expect from Christianity that I wouldn't expect from non-Christians?
Humility for one, and that's a big one.
Okay, I'm going to hold on. Let me mark this down real quick. I want to make sure I'm I don't want to forget these bullet points. So number 1, Christians should have humility. Okay. Anything else?
Yes.
What else?
I mean, right now, that's the one that can't be mimicked as well as the others.
Sure. Yeah. But what are the others?
I mean, let's see. I mean, in this day and age, like I say, most things can be mimicked. Most people know the gospel knowledge to the degree that they know it. So, and they like it, you know, everybody agrees that it's peaceful, XYZ, blah, blah, blah. So,
Right. So whatever.
Can we agree that she didn't say anything at all right there?
Everybody agrees on things. I guess she's claiming.
She said everybody knows the gospel to the degree that they know that they know it, which is just a tautology, right? Of course, everyone knows it to the degree that they know it.
Yeah.
She's like blah 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 XYZ. That's not even. That's not explanatory at all.
Right.
So she's come in here. I don't think that she's coming in here to have a good argument. She's coming in here and just kind of flying by the seat of her pants, I think.
I think she thinks she's in for a good one, and she's going to win it, but things don't go her way.
What other characteristics would I expect from the Christians?
You're going to expect them to make better decisions.
Like how so?
Quicker.
Oh, like they're going to be smarter.
They're going to have wisdom because they have chosen to use a map rather than navigate their own way.
Okay, so Christians
So
should be more intelligent than non-Christians.
They are more intelligent than non-Christians.
They are. Okay, so
Yeah.
So just make sure we're checking this off. So point number 1, Christians are going to be humble. Point number 2, they're going to be smarter than Christian or non-Christians.
Right.
Right, but not brag about
Anything
it.
else?
Because that would take out the first one.
I don't know. I mean, what else is there? You know the rest of it.
I'm asking you.
I'm trying to pick. I'm trying to pick things that wouldn't normally be noticed because you seem lost, particularly
Well,
about it.
I mean, you could just tell me what the Bible says. What does the Bible say Christians are going to be like?
Is that because that's the only text that you know? So we should stick to the text. Why don't you tell them? Why don't you put your script out?
You can make stuff up if you want. Listen, if you think there are other
I
characteristics,
might be able to. Would you be able to hang with the argument if I made stuff up right now?
Oh, I'm certain
Probably
I
not.
could. I'm certain I can hang
Probably not.
with any argument that you lay out. So,
Really? Oh, okay.
Hadassah, remember you're supposed to be humble. Okay. So don't listen,
right,
don't
right, okay.
Don't.
But I can see through you.
Hadassah,
so no, you're not going to use
don't
that shit as a
counteract.
leash.
Don't
Gaslighting
don't
asshole.
counteract. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Don't what? There it is. What?
Point number
there it is,
one.
What? Calling you out.
Point number
Calling you
one.
out. Point number one.
Point number one was humility.
Point number one,
humility. Do you
humility?
have? Do you have humility?
You wouldn't, see, you don't know what you wouldn't know humility with both your hands.
That's what
bro.
you said. What is
you don't know it?
Do you know what humility means?
You don't know what humility. No, you don't know what it is.
It's crazy
so
it's crazy that we started.
You don't know what it is.
We started this conversation by
How
me.
did you get so triggered? I didn't.
When he asked her, is there something, you could just pull out of what the New Testament says, and she said, is that the only text you know is the Bible? And started going after him for wanting to, use that. And then she just got worked up, and I think it just occurred to her that, he wasn't going to let her off the hook about not knowing the Bible. Just for her saying, yeah, well, so you know the Bible, so you want to hold me to it or whatever. That was weird. It was a weird reaction. That's what.
Well, his thing about humility is a little bit. I don't know. I guess I would say a little bit weak, because I mean, just because you're humble doesn't mean that you just have to take everything from somebody, right? Like, doesn't mean you're defensive.
Was he abusive towards her at all? Like, was he mean?
No, he's just trying to use it like right away, like, oh, you got to be humble. You got to be humble. It's like, it's not necessarily the case depending on who your adversary is. Like, sometimes you have to raise up arms, right? It doesn't seem humble. It's just in defense, but
you could see that coming by her second qualifying Christian trait, which was being smarter than non-Christians. So you could already tell that the condescension was coming.
Yeah, I
and
guess so.
then she began with it. You know,
Special wisdom, right? That's the claim.
well, if you're a prophet, then it doesn't. I mean, you can kind of just claim special authority and just go with it.
Oh no,
Well,
I mean
a
her
non-
idea about, because he said, "What are all Christians? Going to be smarter, or are they?" You know, she's saying they are already. He's saying as the end. I guess this has to do with the Holy Spirit filling them, or during the end times. Is that?
Well, there's certainly irony here, though, because DZ is capitalizing on this, this little circumstance here, but he would have to claim some sort of special wisdom himself, because when you challenge the epistemology, he gets kind of lost. He gets lost in philosophy, so he doesn't really know how he knows things or what he knows, but he's able to get people to engage with him and just make them look silly. But when you get down to what he actually knows and why he knows that and what that is, I think he comes up short, but maybe I've missed that conversation.
I mean, he asked her, and she was volunteering information about how she claimed Christians were going to be in this end time scenario, right? This is what she's talking about.
Yeah, I understand.
You don't
that,
have to
but
be a
I
Christian
don't
to
think-
recognize that she was being condescending, and humility was not part of what she was doing right off the bat. Right? You don't
Yeah.
have to be an angel to recognize, that what's
Well,
going on there.
But he's doing a sleight of hand in his whole channel, essentially, because he can get people to come on and refute them and make them look sillier in whatever he does. But when he's actually challenging how he knows that people are wrong about things, he's going to come up short.
Was she wrong about claiming that about humility?
But she's caught in a bit of what seems to be like hypocrisy, right? She's not being humble after she just stated that she's humble.
Well, I mean, look, the bottom line is that it says at the top of the screen, the bait, and people are voluntarily going in to challenge him.
Right. That's what
And-
I'm saying. Somebody who's a more versed in these ideas would say, okay, you've got a claim on your screen, go ahead. And he
Or
would
they
actually-
wouldn't even waste their time going in. They wouldn't even go in because, I mean, you've said before.
Well, I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to
Okay.
go in because he's got a claim in the positive for sure. But yeah,
Well,
some people wouldn't do that.
I mean,
But if it's bait,
wrong,
if it's
right.
hold on, if it's
Yeah, but it's
just
the whole
bait,
premise. It's the whole premise. He can say it's bait, but
No.
so you would get him to say that,
No.
okay, so what's on the screen is just bait. You don't think God is imaginary? And he would say, well, yeah, I think he is.
well, yeah, you could do that. You could pull him into that conversation, but she can't. Right? Hadassah can't.
Yeah, she's taking a different angle, of course. Yeah.
Right, because she's taking she's keeping it all in the meta. It's all in the meta right now. She's not even tying it to the Bible to have anything, and she can't back up her philosophical views like you could. But so she has nothing to cling on to here, and she went in looking for this. So, but again, it's unfalsifiable, a lot of the things that she's saying. So she could be right, but I don't think she is. You'd have to be the judge. May I continue or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Simply asking you a few questions. And
Yeah, and you and your fake ass,
we started this conversation by me merely just asking you a couple questions.
and I always get muted, and you.
We started the conversation by just asking a couple simple questions. I haven't even engaged in any argumentation yet, and you're already upset calling me an asshole. Did I say?
I'm not. Yeah, I'm.
Did I say something to you?
Yes, you did.
What did I say?
You're full of shit.
What did I say to you?
Everyone here knows it and feels it, and you're acting like an asshole.
There's that humility.
I don't care about your stupid.
There's
I don't
that
care about your
humility-
stupid trophies.
There's
I know
that humility
better than
and
that.
love of Christ.
I know better. I know.
Do you know-
Yeah, this is the love of Christ.
Do you know
right
what the
here?
Do you know what the Dunning?
How would you know?
Do you know what the
How would
Dunning?
you know?
Do you know what the Dunning-Kruger effect is?
She said, "How would you know?" So she's sort of instinctively checking his foundational beliefs, right? By saying, "How would you know?"
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, if she's able to continue with navigating as he answers, I'm doubtful.
Well, that's the problem. But instinctively, she wants to go, "Well, how would you know?" Like
Yeah.
she wants to make the argument that I guess the tag argument or whatever, but she's just not studied in it at all. So her instinct might be correct, but she doesn't have the capability to pull it off.
Yeah, it's some shit that used to be called something else, and then they named it after some dude. I'm old enough to remember when they just fucking called it whatever the fuck they called it, common sense or whatever the fuck.
What is it? What's the Dunning-Kruger effect?
Just give it to me, my guy.
You said you know what it is.
I don't sit in front of Google. I don't sit in front of Google memorizing the definitions of things so people think I'm smart. So why don't you give us that?
Well, first of all, you said
you go ahead and sound. I concede. You're more educated.
So you said that Christians are going to be smarter than non-Christians, so you should know what this is. So I'm expecting you to know what it is. If you don't know what it is, you should have said that you don't know what it is, because that would mean
that's what you think smartness is.
So that means you would actually be humble, right? You said Christians are going to be more humble than non-Christians, which means if you're being humble people don't claim to know things that they don't actually know. So what we've discovered so far is that you're not humble.
You're a phony.
Is that you're not humble. You're not behaving like a Christian.
Phony.
And that you're also a liar. Because you said that you knew what the Dunning-Kruger effect is, but now you're telling me that you don't actually know what the Dunning-Kruger effect is. So
you know what?
This reminds me of I'm DZ over at Aces, and you're the girl. And that one episode, you just kept interrupting me.
Yeah. I was thinking more Darth Dawkins, but either way.
It is.
Okay. What is it? Tell me then.
I've heard
what
of
is it? What is it?
What is that supposed to prove whether I know what it is or not?
Yeah, if you say you know what something is.
I'm 42 years old, bro. I got a master's degree. I got a lot of shit in here.
I'm sure you do.
So just save us some time, my guy.
So you should be able to.
Why don't you graciously save us some time?
So you should be able to tell me what the Dunning-Kruger effect is.
Graciously save us some time. I know you're looking right at it. So why don't you graciously save us some time?
I'm waiting for you to save time because you said you already know what it is.
I do know what it is.
Sure, then what is it?
I've watched YouTube before. I did that of my own volition. I didn't hear about it and then said, oh, I better make sure I know about it.
So what is it?
I actually was interested in that shit.
So what is it?
Oh, God, for fuck's sake. It is some stupid ass explanation y'all try to make up to explain why Christianity is still around, even though we can't answer your fucking questions.
Not even close to true.
That's what it fucking is. That is exactly what it fucking is. That is exactly what it fucking is.
How much money you want to bet on that?
What do you mean money that I want to bet? That's my opinion of what that fucking thing is.
What? Aren't you a prophet? Did God tell you this? You're not a very good prophet.
No. That he didn't tell me that. I looked that up.
You certainly.
What the fuck?
So you're a liar then, because you didn't look it up. So you don't know what the Dunning-Kruger effect is.
My guy. It's just one of many things to know that we could Google. You could be Googling it right now. You're just trying to make me look weird. I'm making myself look weird. You're saying just save your time and look it the fuck up.
If you don't know what it is, you should have just said you don't know.
I know what the Dunning-Kruger effect is. I'm 42 years old. I pick and choose what shit I need to save in my brain.
Then why can't you tell me what it is?
I remember the conclusion.
What do you like about this so much? It's just F this, F that. I'm 42. For 50 minutes? Come on.
No, she doesn't do it for 50 minutes.
But what do you like about what do you like about this? I mean, is this like a discussion that's meaningful to you?
I told you it wasn't meaningful. I said I liked it because it was entertaining because of the person that she is. I told you that before we even started. I said there wasn't any brilliant.
Yeah, I might have missed it. It's very limited though. You like the entertainment performance of this particular woman making a fool of herself.
Yes.
Oh.
You didn't find it amusing?
Well, I mean, I'm thinking of it like I'm on typically like, looking at who's who, right? So I would tend to favor a believer, but in this case, I mean, this is just, I don't even know what's going on here. She's very emotional. She just keeps repeating herself. She doesn't know the definitions of the word she's bringing up. It's a fail. If it was somebody I knew personally, I'd feel bad for them,
It's just an example of super bad argumentation and zero skills of reasoning. Zero.
This is an opportunity though, because you're looking at it, and when you see, I mean, I've even paused it earlier when there was that moment to say, look, she had the right instinct there. She just didn't know how to engage it. These are points, and these are common points with most Christians. You know from talking to them, they frustrate you as much as non-believers because they can't explain any better than we can.
Yeah, it has value in that you can critique it and stop and point out, yeah, right there, she should have went with that line of questioning where she instinctively asked that, but she might have backed off. Like you could do like a teaching critique that would be valuable. I think it's just the high emotional, the level of high emotion sometimes throws me off personally, but not always. But if you notice that people use it as a strategy too, like people who get in trouble informationally will move to heighten the emotionality. It's a common tactic, even if they're not conscious of it. Just a distraction to sort of move the conversation around, shake it up, get your interlocutor marginalized by getting them emotional. We see that all the time, actually, if you pay attention for it.
Were you wanting me to find something that was much more down the argumentation? Let's see. I know you don't like
something a little more solid. I mean, that's more of like a goofy prophetess, like make fun of her if you want to type of thing. But that
I was just trying to keep it light because of the musical mood that you were in earlier. I didn't want it to get all super contentious. But
no, it's fine. It's fine. I think it's just like she's just constantly swearing and repeating herself. But maybe there's more to it.
Oh no. I mean, there's a lot more of that too. I mean, they get into some other arguments about how we know things, because she's got Holy Spirit stuff going on. You know what I mean? And that's
she believes that she's being moved, right, to be those things that she described, those good things, special wisdom and humility and chosen and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Let's see. We need one that.
What about that one where the guy is like, he's blonde, he's got like a bare bulb?
He's already watched some of that one. Yeah, it was pretty good. John Calvin is the one that.
Yeah, that one was great.
Young fella, he held his own really well. JG found
right.
Some holes
That's
in
a
it.
good one. Yeah, that was a good one.
Hold on, don't put this up yet because there's gonna be an ad.
Yeah, we got through. Where did we stop? He was going through like 5 points, right? And we got through half of them.
I didn't find that one. I found Jerry. It's whenever it says Phil Bro, it means that he's probably using a transcendental argument.
Yeah, well, and you pointed out interestingly that philosophy is his weakness, so he's hiding this in a sense. From what I've gathered, he's like, "Oh, it's Phil Bros. Oh, the transcendental argument's terrible," but it seems that's actually his weakness, as you stated.
I think philosophy in general is his weakness, not just.
What do you think these conversations are? They're always philosophical conversations. That's what's
right. He's learning about it as he goes, but it's hard for him to pick up on those things. I mean, he didn't go to school to study that. He's learning that from the people he's arguing with and from other non-believers who come in contact with it. So that's been something that's sort of he's more willing to take these arguments further down.
He's learning it, but he's still engaging in it and practicing it. Like anybody has a philosophy. The guy, who does nothing and sits at home, right? Like he still has a philosophy of life. You just engage with him and he starts telling you about it. You start to learn about the way he thinks about things. It's inevitable. So
he has the same propensity as any other person, that like whenever he starts feeling threatened, he has defensive things that he does. When it comes to the Phil Bro argument, you can note some of them as well. But the more he engages with it, the more he's going to learn it, and the more comfortable he feels. Instead of just going to the place where, I mean, most non-believers would be like, what about the Bible? What makes that any better than? How does that give you any knowledge? He's not doing that anymore. He's letting them go down the line of questioning a little further. So he is learning. He's just I don't think he's feeling confident at all.
Hmm. Yeah, because when he's talking about knowledge and better, right away, it makes sense to hash out what that is. What is better than, what is knowledge? And that's where I see him getting stuck on, and that's quite basic. But perhaps I'll pop in there at some point here and try those things on him. But I think Wi-Fi does a pretty good job in his cross-examine. It's a matter of who's picking up on it or paying attention to that.
Okay, but if you bristle, he bristles. and then his defensive stuff starts. So if you get tense at all or get aggressive, he'll just block you out. You won't be able to get anywhere with the argument. He has to not get nervous so that you can get him into it far enough that he can see something new. If he starts getting nervous, you watch what he does whenever the questions, his way start feeling a little less comfortable.
Yeah, I imagine if I me talking to him would be calm enough. I think he's pretty calm. I'm pretty calm most of the time. It could be interesting.
Yeah. All right, you want to go?
Yeah.
Jerry, welcome in. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes, I am at least 18 and I do believe in God.
Okay, and is it a particular God or a generic God?
Yahweh.
So are you Jewish or Christian?
Christian.
Okay. What's the greatest evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
Okay, so my biggest evidence that the Christian God is real is that we have a rational mind and the universe is intelligible. And because the universe is intelligible and you can decipher certain aspects and truths of the universe with a rational mind, God exists because he created the universe.
Great. I'm starting the Philbro timer now. So we...
Philbro timer. Okay. He needs to start at the beginning of every episode because, again, this is all philosophy. So
that's a new addition. But what is it timing? Is that a crash out timer, or is it like till they get to the premise, or what is the timer for? This is a new feature I don't know anything about yet.
Oh, you're actually asking
I didn't. You watch it probably as much as I do. Have you not seen this before?
No, I've only watched what I've played. I just learned about this guy from you, I think, and then I just pulled some clips.
Well, I don't know what this is yet, but is this a Catholic kind of thing here? Is this?
Oh yeah. It looks so like one of the saints. But the funny thing is about putting up a Philbro timer is, again, like they're both constantly in the domain of philosophy in this conversation. So,
well, it could mean that this is a rush tactic to make the person that's about to give their premises and all feel rushed through the whole thing. And it sounds like Jerry came in a little nervous anyway. His voice is a little trembly. He might just be excited.
I wonder if the timer is like he thinks he's going to get to a certain point or argument by a certain time, and it's like a laugh because it's so predictable kind of thing.
I don't know. Let's see.
Can get that on the board. We'll start 10-minute timer. There you go. Let me reset it and restart it. There you go. Philbro timer starting. All right, give me premise number 1 of your precept argument.
So if everything was by random chance and there was no God, we cannot trust.
That's already too much for one premise. Try again.
Okay, the universe is intelligible.
Okay. Premise number 1 is the uni is intelligible, right?
Yes.
What does intelligible mean?
You're able to not rationalize. I don't have a necessary definition. I know that it means
reason.
That you can come to. Well,
I'll
figure
it out before we can move forward.
When you say reason is the answer to what?
I guess the word he's looking for. He said rationalize or whatever, and then he's like, no, not that. And I'm thinking it must be reason. It must be what he's trying to say.
Well, you hear people like a lot of atheists in the past. I think of Matt Dillahunty, like, I use logic and reason, right, to assess the situation. Well, logic is going to be consistency tool, which he can be challenged on. Obviously, Matt Dillahunty, that's what Jay Dyer does. But reason, this is not like it's not just a neutral idea. It comes down to whose reasons.
Yeah,
which is philosophy, So I just think a lot of people say that in a colloquial sense, but it's it's not a neutral thing, reasoning. It's your reasons and how you're utilizing them and so forth. We'll go on.
His premise is the universe is intelligible, and intelligible is able to be understood or comprehensible.
Yeah.
So that's like a big claim to begin with, that we're able to understand and comprehend, because we don't know everything about the universe. I think that we can understand what we can imagine and what we think we know so far, but I don't think we can really make that claim. But in any case, that's his first premise.
I don't think he's meaning to say that he knows everything about the universe. I think he's saying we live in a universe where we have the capability to reason and use rationale, because there's an intelligibility, and he'd get into why we have
intelligibility. Could you?
Just coherency, be able to comprehend things and ideas, transfer ideas and information to each other.
Got it. I just want to make sure we were on the same page. See this next one.
Right. I would say you can use math to figure out what needs to be done, or how much torque is.
You mean logical?
Logical, yes.
Okay, so we'd say that the universe is logical then.
Yes.
Okay, next one.
We have hold on 1 second.
Oh, this is the same as he did with the blonde-haired
consciousness,
kid, I think, which is a good move for DZ, because he's getting them to...
No way I'm going to spell that right. We have consciousness. Yeah, I think we agree. What do you think consciousness is?
Did you want me to pause it?
I'm sorry. I think I was talking over him. I guess I expected you to pause. I didn't.
No, my son was trying to show me something in his
phone.
I
say it's a good move by DZ. I think he did it with a blonde-haired kid. Like, he sort of got him to construct his premises in conclusion, and you have to have that pre-prepared. Like, when you go into an argument, you're supposed to already have that. You know what I mean?
See, you know that, but these guys have heard a lot of things like audibly, but never put it down on paper in a way that, helps them remember, so they kind of could tell you some of the elements of it, but they're not prepared, right? It's the syllogism that bothers them.
But he's being pretty generous here by sort of working him through, forming these premises so that they feel complete.
Right. It's a fair move by him. I think it gives him confidence, because he's like, I'm helping this guy construct an argument. He doesn't even have a solid argument. So, I think it's in his favor for sure.
But he's not choosing it for him.
No, he's not.
Okay.
I would say we think for that. I think therefore I am, but I would take it more of the sense of we're made in God's image, so we're able to.
That's a different claim.
We're able to. I know, I understand that. But that's how I view it.
Okay, so we have consciousness, which means we think. Next.
We have a morality. We have a sense of right and wrong. Objective morality.
Oh, objective. Oh, geez. Okay.
Uh-oh.
This is not a valid argument at all, by the way. But can you support premise number?
I know we always go on and on about objective versus subjective morality, but if we all had an objective morality sort of built into us, there would be very little difference culturally between what people thought was the right thing to do. And there are huge differences in this.
Well, I mean, that's an interesting assumption, but that's as far as that's going to go.
Part of it.
I mean, how are you going to actually hash that out, right? You're going to have to get into what a moral is, how you have exhausted.
But why do we have to redefine what a moral is when we are? I mean, personally, when I have discussions about this kind of stuff, I like to assume that the person that I'm going to have the discussion with is going to define words in a way that would either be, in a dictionary or in a dictionary of philosophy. Those two ways, no like super custom definitions, based, like that are kind of tailored to a specific worldview.
Yeah, that's the autonomous philosopher trying to get you to agree what's been established in certain areas, philosophical dictionaries, Merriam-Webster dictionaries, which the Christian who has a strong argument is going to say, I don't agree with that. So we disagree right away, which is fine. But you're actually asking for an agreement, which is dialectics, which is traditionally the unbeliever's methodology. They want you to agree to things and then move forward. But a stronger Christian argument doesn't agree from the outset. They want to know where you get your logic and facts, how you can establish and assert those things absent of God. And that's where they would fall short.
Are morals only possible or present with God, or can they exist in any other way?
Well, from a Christian worldview, they exist because of God. So if you're going to start an argument they exist in another way, that would be on you.
But you're talking specifically about the biblical God. If there was another culture that never had this biblical God in their picture, but they had what looked very much like a good structure for moral beliefs and reasons why, and they followed it and they had results from it, would you call those morals, or would you say they're fake because they're not from the Christian God?
Well, that's a good question. You can have people whose morals align naturally without claiming God behind it. Say you could have a behavior on the other side of the world that's exactly the same as Christian behavior. It's not being attributed to God. So that's an interesting discussion of like the morals being written on our heart, or the reasoning behind what the person is doing. Morals and ethics are extraordinarily interesting to dive into, but the difference would be not attributing it to God. So the foundation wouldn't be there in an argument.
Do you think, and I want to get back to this video, but do you think that some of our behaviors are instinctual? Like, for a person who's aware enough to understand that they were pregnant and they had a baby, to feed that baby, would that be an instinct, or would that be like a moral good in your eyes?
Well, you can call it an instinct, but to not feed the baby, you would obviously call it a moral bad.
Right.
Can I say hello to Deborah real quick? Because I can't type in the side chat, but hello,
See,
Deborah.
the instinct itself remains in a different domain in a sense. And then when you act, which is behavior, which is morality and ethics, essentially human behavior, that's when you take a step to the left, is take a step to the right, and you do the feeding, or you refrain from the feeding. So the instinct itself seems to be in a different domain. The choice that follows lands you in the domain of ethics, I would say, or morals.
Proceed.
Yeah.
Number 3, because I'm willing to bet a lot of money that you can't.
I'm pretty sure you can break down my arguments, but it's something I still believe.
Right. Yeah, but can you support premise 3?
I've only been studying for a year, so I'm not going to have a lot to give you on that one.
Right, but can you support premise 3?
If I was to have to support premise 3, I would say everybody believes that a child shouldn't be raped.
Okay, that's an interesting move, though.
Don't believe that. And the people.
You know why that's an interesting move is because you can flip this around on the subjective moralist, the relativist, and say, why do you hold the belief that in certain situations, or not in all situations, that toddlers should be raped? You can flip that on them because they can't say definitively that toddlers never should be raped. So he's moving in the right direction, but I doubt he's going to get there.
I'll say that they should never be raped, and I hate that we have to use the silly code word thing, but whatever.
Well, I mean, it's fine because it's kind of a discussion.
That's just your subjective feeling. That's just your subjective opinion.
That's where that goes, exactly.
What, the whole thing of the word, or the thing about toddlers?
No, the toddlers is key because you can make an argument for rape of like a younger person to procreate. So you want to get away from that. So you use an example where it's only it's just a deplorable act.
I see. Okay.
Right, but the claim is that everyone knows that it's wrong and feels a certain way about it. And if that was the case, you wouldn't have the crime at all.
Well, no,
there wouldn't be anyone that thought it was okay.
That's not true because people know things are wrong and do them anyway.
So you think that those people don't believe that they're more correct than the people around them?
I don't know. It's a case by case basis, but I'm pointing out that like someone can know they're doing wrong in one case, and someone can actually, maybe be found to not understand what they're doing in that case. It's a hard thing to determine, but I don't think that if everyone knew things were wrong, that they wouldn't do them. I think we live in a world where people know things are wrong and still do them. They lie to get ahead, for advantages. They steal.
I mean, we can go beyond the grape thing and just say child sacrifice. People used to do that for the greater good, to bring the rains and things like that. They thought that that was righteous. And we'd say we'd never do that. We would never do that because our morals prevent us from.
See, the point of what the example the guy brought up against DZ is like the question on the screen. Like you want to flip it around and say, okay, why do you hold to a view that graping toddlers may be okay in some cases? That is actually a position you can point out that DZ holds, and you too as well. So it becomes very interesting when you can flip that around and navigate it properly. You should. The idea is to snap somebody out of it and say, I don't know how there's objective morals, but when I really think about this deeply, I think there are. That's a first step, I would say, but maybe it's not effective. But anyway, that's all.
That are viewed as not.
This is gonna get really bad for you. You said you're a Christian, right?
Yes.
Okay, and your support is that everyone thinks that grape is bad.
I would say mostly everyone, because you got some sickos out there.
Mostly. That's subjective. So you've just invalidated premise 3, which again, this is not a valid argument. This is not a valid syllogism anyway.
No, it doesn't invalidate it. This is a mess. I mean, this is obviously a mess. It doesn't invalidate it. It's you can have objective morals and then have most people, adhering to them, for instance. But I think that's where you were going, Will. You're saying if they're objective, then you would know and you wouldn't do it. But I think that's where there's some convolution here. Like people still have objective morals. People still know it's wrong and still choose to do the wrong for their own gain and so forth.
Okay.
No, that's it would be everyone, but people sear their conscience.
Oh, so you can read minds?
No, I just believe what the Bible says.
Well, no, that's what you're trying to establish first. That's begging the question. You have to establish this syllogism before you can even move to the Bible.
Right, but what I'm using in conjunction with it is that almost everybody, and I would say everybody, even the person who does it, knows they're wrong but doesn't care.
Right, support that. Prove it.
Yeah.
Well, and I would say every society, child rape is wrong.
No, that's not true. You just said the opposite of that. You said mostly everybody, and it's also not true that it was always wrong. Muhammad famously married a 6-year-old, and nobody had a problem with it.
Yeah, but they rationalized it away with it being in a marriage.
It doesn't matter. They thought that they didn't think it was grape. We think it's grape. So it doesn't matter if it's in a marriage or not. Is having sex with a 9-year-old grape?
No, of course not.
Oh, do you think 9-year-olds can consent?
No, I thought you said it's sex with a 9-year-old great. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Is it grape? We have to mask our words on TikTok.
Okay, yes, it is.
Okay, so then did Muhammad commit grape?
Yes, he did.
Okay, and his followers were okay with this, right?
Yes.
Right, so that means not everybody thinks that graping children is wrong because they were okay with Muhammad doing it to Aisha. And it's also true in your holy book in Numbers 31, God is perfectly okay with it happening to little virgin girls from Midian.
Why does he get
so this can't be a valid syllogism.
God is perfectly happy with that.
Say one more time.
Because
where did he get the idea that God is perfectly happy with that?
He didn't stop it.
Yeah, but where does he get the idea that God is perfectly happy with it? See, that's a jump. That's a leap, right?
We could try to break down what it means to be happy or even perfectly happy and find out that that's not a thing either.
which is his argument though. So that's his problem, right?
Right. He's
But that's the
obviously
idea.
speaking colloquially.
Did something happen that was outside of God's plan?
No, that's not what he's
I'm
saying.
just
He's
asking you
saying-
though, like in any situation that we're talking about, like,
Is there any indication that God wasn't okay with the instructions that he gave them and what happened?
There's indication that God is not okay with someone being raped. I think he's referring to a verse.
Hold on.
What's that?
Okay, but when you say that God is opposed to it, are you saying in all cases?
Opposed to rape?
Yeah, someone being raped.
The specifics for that, I don't think are the specific for grape may not be there, but the treatment of people being made in God's image, you can make an argument for stealing. Like it would be stealing someone's right to, their personal autonomy and sexuality. So
Well,
you can.
I gotta say something here, man, because like there's this weird, uncomfortable part of the Bible where David is being punished, and God says what he's going to have happen to David, and that his wives would be raped before him and the public, and then God made it happen. So
Well, it's you're right, a consequence of God's laws.
No, the punishment would have been on David, but it wasn't on David. It was on his concubines who didn't do anything wrong.
Well, it's related to David, though. It's still it still affects David and David's life. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't sound fair to the concubine. I would agree.
Yeah,
here. I don't know the specifics. I don't.
The thing
know.
is that God in his plan, since it was a prophecy that it was going to happen and a punishment of God onto David, he was okay in that time with David's concubines being raped to fulfill the prophecy.
Yeah, so if you would disagree with like DZ, like on how God handled it, that's when the navigation.
No. I'm not disagreeing. I'm making an observation that is what happened. So God, in the book is okay with it in that instance.
No, it's not. I think there's a difference of perception here that he's okay with it. Like there's certain results that are going to occur from certain behaviors, and that result followed from his behavior. To say he's okay with it, or like DZ said he's happy with it, I think is a leap into a different modifying the position. But even so, it makes it more difficult for him to modify the position. But the position itself, about speaking about what God did and if God's contradictory, well, you have to have reasoning and knowledge to point out where the Bible.
It's not that God is contradictory. God did, but you just said no one said that God was contradictory in that. The man made the claim.
For DZ to actually pursue this, like any problems with anything, in fact, anything from a subjective or relative moral position, he's going to fall short. He's going to say, well, this is ultimately my opinion and preference based on my observation experience. That's all he has. So that's the reason to go there for him. He can make great sounding points.
Right.
He can point out contradictions, but when you point out that he has no ground to stand on, that is the better argument. Then he's just a guy making noise without an actual argument, an actual position.
All right.
Something else.
Number 31, right? You said.
Oh boy, he's never read number 31 yet. All right. Here we go. Here we go.
I gotta get specific wordings on it and see what was said. Because from what you were talking to with the last gentleman about Ezekiel, I don't agree that God commanded.
You don't want to open that thing. If you were paying attention, you're wrong. Nobody's dumb enough to read those words and say that those words don't mean what those words mean. God said, I commanded them things that they couldn't follow. They were bad statutes, and part of that was to pass their children through the fire. That's what it says.
You have different translations saying, I give them up and I give them.
Well, that's like what the Hebrew says.
Passing through the fire. It uses the verb. It uses the verb avar, which means to pass through, pass over.
Yes. If you go 5 verses down, and verse 30, he says, Therefore says the house of Israel, thus says the Lord God, are you defiling yourselves in the manner of your fathers and committing harlotry according to their abominations? For when you offer
Harlotry
your
is not child sacrifice.
Hold on, it's not the end. For when you offer your gifts and make your sons pass through the fire, you defile yourselves with all your idols. Even to this day, so shall I be inquired by you.
Yes, exactly. Yes, offering up your children through the fire defiles them, and God commanded them to do it.
He gave them over to their sins, and that's was their
No, he gave them statutes.
No.
We'll try this again.
Where is this getting over in the text?
Jerry, stop lying to me. I'm going to read it for the 15th time tonight. It says, moreover, I gave them statute. What is a fucking statute?
If the New King James Version.
What is a statute, Jerry?
Okay, it's that should be laws.
Okay, it's a commandment or a law or something they need to follow. Okay, was all of them good, or were all of them good?
Okay, before we get there, can I put a point in?
Yes or no? No. Yes or no? Were all of the statutes good?
No.
Okay, and which ones did God give that were not good?
I gave you an answer. My turn.
No, I'm still waiting for the conclusion. Which statute
Therefore,
did God?
I also gave them up to statutes that were not good. And
No,
judgments
I'm asking
by
you
which
which
they did not sin.
statute. Which statute is not
That's
good?
the New King James Version.
Which, the New King James is lying to you, and I'm asking you a different question, which is, what statute is not good?
What statute would not be good?
Yeah.
It would just be giving them up to sin.
No,
To their
try
own-
again. Verse 26.
And I pronounced them unclean because of their ritual gifts, in that they caused all their firstborns to pass through the fire.
That's right.
That
Okay,
I'm-
that's the statute that was not good. And did
Because
God
of the
give?
ritual
And
gifts-
did God
because
give
of
it?
their ritual gifts,
And did God
that
give
he
it?
Required it. No,
And
no, no,
did
no, no.
God give the statute?
He gave them up to their statutes.
No,
It
it's
doesn't say
not
that
in
in
the
Hebrew.
text.
No, it's in my text.
It's in the New King James, because New King James is lying to you. We'll just show you. I'll never
The gum?
understand why people read these passages and think that their English translation is crazy to me.
V'gam ani natati lachem kochim, and also v'gam I ani natati gave lachem to them chochim, laws. I gave to them laws. It didn't say I gave them up to laws.
No, it says they gave up.
No, natati doesn't mean to give up. It means to give. This is the verb natan. Natan means to give. It doesn't mean to give
Then
up.
why does it say they gave up?
It doesn't mean to give over, because this is a King James next to it. We don't read King James is horseshit. We only care about this word right here in Hebrew, natati. That's a conjugation of natan. It means to give. And what did he give? He gave them statutes.
Can you show
he
me a
gave
conjugation of
he
give?
gave them to
Can you
them.
show me the English?
This is the pronoun right there, to them. He
But from
gave.
what you're showing me, it shows
He
gave up.
gave to them.
No, he gave up. I mean, you can say what you
all right,
want to say, but
we'll try this. We'll try this again. Stop talking for 5 seconds, Jerry. You have two people on the screen who actually know how Hebrew works. There's this up isn't in there. Natan never means to give up. It means to give. What is being given? Something's being given to them. Lechem means to them. Give
Yes, I agree.
them statutes. The King
Look, so
James purposely
you're asking me to
mistranslated
trust-
this.
you're asking me to trust
the King
your-
James. No, I'm asking you to trust a better Bible translation than the King James. Read it in any other translation than the King James, and you'll find that it follows our translation.
I agree that it will. Yeah, I have another Bible here.
Okay, the King James is horseshit. Stop reading it.
As I said, the New King James Version, not the King James Version.
It's just as bad. And actually, it's not as bad.
I don't
that's a
agree.
lie.
I
The
don't
New
agree.
King James will never be as bad as the original King James.
I don't agree, but either
The
way,
King James intentionally
if I read
translated
it in
this
conjunction
wrong.
with verse 30 and 31, you can still say that it means giving up because they're following
No.
what's right in their eyes.
No, there's nothing in verse 30 that needs to tell you how to interpret verse 25.
31.
It
Following-
doesn't say
following-
it doesn't say that. It says that God gave them statutes. It didn't say God
following
gave
the
them up
gods
to
of their
statutes.
fathers.
It said God gave them statutes.
He says following the idols of their
Did
fathers.
God give them statutes?
I don't think it says gave. I think it says give. I think it means give up.
No, it doesn't
Nasar
mean
is
give
the
up.
Hebrew word for give up.
Well, look, it's showing me there. It says gave up, and you're saying it says gave.
It's wrong.
I mean, at this point, he's got to give ground. You can see the other interpretations, the other versions right there. It says he gave them statutes. You'd agree, right, JG?
Yeah, you mean he's resisting too much? He's got to bite the bullet
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, just let it move on. There's no reason to lock down
Well,
over this.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't take this route, but yeah, he's kind of stuck here. He has to. Well, they have to.
Yeah,
figure- I don't know what they're gonna do.
I think this is where it gives DZ too much power when it gets bogged down, because then he can go into this and he can pull out his expertise in the language or whatever. You know, if there's a bigger point than just focusing in on one translated word or whatever, I wouldn't waste my time getting bogged, down, because it's just being utilized. It's not like DZ is going to give any ground. This is the thing he's sure of, is that translation there. So it's the philosophical stuff where you have a better chance. This is just a bad place, I think, to park his argument.
Yeah.
Translation from any
You can
King
say
James
it's
version
wrong.
is wrong. They add the word up there because they don't want it to seem like it says child sacrifice.
Yeah, but-
give
but if
give
I'm-
up
if I'm
give
taking it
up
also
is
in
not a
conjunction with
translation
verse
of the
30 and
Hebrew word
31.
natan. And I'm louder than you, Jerry. No one can fucking hear you when you talk over me. Just so you know, every time you do it, no one will ever hear you. And I will continue to talk over you if you talk over me.
Verse 30 and 31.
No one cares. We're talking about 25.
If you take 30 and 31
No
in
one
conjunction
cares.
with
Jerry, no one fucking cares.
Okay,
What does 25
that's
say?
fine.
We're
You
in
don't have to
25. Jerry, we're in 25. What does 25 say?
25 is only 5 verses away.
What does 25 say, though?
You're saying it says gave. I say it
That's
gave
what
up.
it says. It doesn't. No, okay, then show me in the Hebrew dictionary where give up is a possible translation of Natan. Show me. Open your dictionary right now.
No, you show me. You're trying to prove me wrong.
It's on the screen right now. It means to give, put, or set. It's an active verb.
The smoke detector.
Halsey, what's silly
There's a
about
reason
the
why
claim?
every
I was
other translation-
doing this in the side chat, but you make
Yeah.
universal claims all the time. I try to point out that you don't.
If I look, you're saying all requires universal knowledge.
Yeah.
If I say all cats are felines, that doesn't require universal knowledge.
Well,
Because
actually,
all cats are actually felines.
it does actually assume universal knowledge.
No, it's earthly knowledge.
No, because you
applies to Earth.
No, it's a category. It's a man-made category, and that's why we can be certain about that, because we've defined the parameters of what feline is.
Yeah, felines have these features about their body. They have certain things that are true across the board for that group, and cats fit within that group.
Yeah, I understand. It just assumes a universal is what I'm saying. Because
If-
when you
it's
say
a
all,
false thing to say that all, what did I say here? I said all fertile human females, assuming they have a functioning uterus.
no, the very first thing, all
System.
human experience is subjective, right?
Uh-huh. Yes.
Like
correct.
I accept that. I agree with you. However, I don't agree with how you got there. That's
Okay,
philosophy.
how do you think I got there?
No idea. I'd love to.
Wait,
hear it.
wait,
disagree with it?
wait. How do you disagree if you don't know how she got there?
It's the same point of like you can have two people that believe in
Okay.
God. One says he believes because he has knowledge from the scriptures and experience. The other one says he believes because his cat told him. They both believe in God. So they go into a philosophical discussion. The guy says, how did your cat tell you, right? How does that work? This is similar. I agree that the human experience is subjective, as Halsey said, but when it comes to her explanation of how she has that knowledge, that universal knowledge, I think she's going to come up short.
Humans.
She might
are
just
on Earth.
presuppose it.
I don't really need to know universal stuff to talk about humans on Earth, right?
I'm not saying the term universal claim is meant to signify an all claim or a none claim.
Right.
Like all humans this, no humans can do that. How would you have knowledge of that from a materialist worldview?
Hold on. Each person will take in, meaning they will observe and experience.
Again, how do you know what each person is doing? You don't.
Hold on a second. That's part of the point. That's part of the point.
I'm stopping you though
part of the
because
point.
Okay.
Hold on. Just hold on for a sec. Each person is going to let's say that there's 100 different people standing on a pad, like a place where you get on a train, right? A train station, the platform. And the train pulls up, right? The objective thing in this picture is the train pulling into the station and stopping and opening the doors. And the people all there are all experiencing a different thing. Even though they're all there in the same place, they're all observing the same material, physical reality in front of them. Each one of them is experiencing it differently. There might be someone that is scared of crossing the little boundary between the platform and the train because their foot got caught there once. There might be someone who is very close about how they're holding themselves because they got something stolen from them once. There might be someone that's in a very bad mood that wants to go to the least occupied spot once they get inside. I mean, every single person is experiencing differently.
Okay.
And that's true for every experience that they go through.
There you go. Another universal claim.
It's
true for every experience.
But listen, JG, do you disagree with the idea that each mind has a different set of memories and experiences and interpretations and judgments and assumptions and all these things?
Yeah.
Don't we all carry that around?
Yes, I said I agree with the claim. It's how you get there is what I don't.
Yeah,
agree
I'm
with.
trying to explain to you how I get there.
No. You're not.
I am trying to explain it, but you're objecting to it as I go. You're saying you agree with me, but you're objecting the whole way when I try to explain how I get there.
Yeah, because you're not explaining how you have the knowledge. You're just explaining a scenario where I can agree to it.
Okay, look, I'm just saying to you, the claim that every human experience is a subjective experience, even if we are experiencing something objective out in the world, meaning external, right? Like,
what I'm saying to you is
no
your
way
claim.
that you can conflict with that. How can a human being have an objective experience with something?
What I'm saying to you is your claim is merely an assumption that you can't bring to knowledge from your worldview. That's what I'm driving at. But this is
okay. So it's going back to the thing about if I don't believe in God, then I can't have certain aspects of reasoning and logic and all that stuff. Right?
Well, it comes back to like something like, oh, if you don't believe in God, you can't balance your checkbook. And the unbeliever says, oh, well, I balance my checkbook all the time, dummy. And then the Christian says, I know you do, but you can't account for the reasoning behind how you have knowledge to do these things and the mathematical components that exist in reality.
Wait, Halsey, wait. Okay, is there evidence that the non-believer is reasoning poorly at all times, especially when they function just fine in the world?
No, they're not necessarily reasoning poorly or doing things inaccurately. They can do math. They can have logical discussions. The believer wants to challenge why they think they can do that, how they think facts and truth exist in the world. And that's where they come up short if you know how to navigate that conversation. They're just assuming these things in a relative sense.
Right, but that's the same problem that I told you before comes about whenever a believer says that to a non-believer. They're just presupposing they have something true to anchor it to.
Yes, they are presupposing God, correct?
No, they're presupposing the Bible. I'm being very specific.
Okay.
They're presupposing that the Bible is true, and that's what they've anchored their worldview to.
Right.
Right.
So
A
if
lot
you
of
disagree with
religions
that-
presuppose. Yeah, go ahead.
If you disagree with that, then you have to make a case against that. When you make a case against something,
What do you mean disagree with it?
You're going to need knowledge. You're going to need an ethical thrust to your argument to say you ought not to believe that this is the case.
I
and you
didn't
should-
say ought not.
I know. It becomes implied, and that's the task in navigation is to point out the implications of the person you're talking to that they're assuming that they're not pointing out. That's
No, it would be silly for me to try to tell someone what they have to believe.
I know, but go back to the original claim. I'll show you what I was doing there.
Which original claim?
The original claim that all humans are having a subjective experience, like no matter what they experience, it's a subjective one. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. Well, yeah, we can go back to that claim too. Right. I agree with that, but how you got there is different than how I got.
How do you get there? How do you get there?
I presuppose the scriptures. I presuppose God who
How
gives
does that
us.
tell you that the human is having a subjective versus objective experience? What in scripture tells you that?
Well, you probably have to go into Romans 1, I would say, to start there, but it's not a specific scripture. The idea is that you have a transcendent creator who gives knowledge to his creature, who doesn't have all knowledge, never has all knowledge, but has some knowledge. So it's a different argument than yours, obviously.
But okay, so if an almighty creator is giving everyone, let's say they're okay, and I don't know, are they giving people each special and different knowledge, or are they giving everyone the same knowledge? How does it work?
That's sort of a conversation that can continue. I've given, my premises in conclusion. You have to give yours. That's the point of me doing this. It's not about me just continuing to do a Bible study with you. It's
No, but I'm not really interested in a Bible study. I was just asking where you got there, because the way that I get there is that every single person has a unique brain. It has unique capabilities. Each person has a different set of experiences and memories and emotional attachments and assumptions, all that stuff. So all those things filter in, like they are filters, right? When the information comes in, it hits all these filters. It gets altered along the way, right? This person who walks on the train and they see someone that looks like their sister-in-law, and they miss their sister-in-law so much because she died in a car accident last year, right? They will be affected by that, and their whole experience of riding the train may be different just because of that one little factor that happened. I'm just saying the way I get there is people are all different. We're all using our minds and eyes and other observational skills to interact with the world, and because it's going to hit us all differently, and that's not something that I think is an unsafe assumption. It's a fact that people are all different with different experiences. It's a fact that people all have different mental capabilities for all the things that a brain can do.
I know you don't agree with me presupposing the scriptures. That's fine. And how I get there.
But you get to where you're going with the whole
What
subject.
I'm saying to you, though, is you haven't explained how you get to the all knowledge of every person. You can't. I know you can't.
Like
You
I
get-
said, I've said this before to you. Like, I think we had this discussion before where I said, isn't it a safe assumption to say that all humans are born with?
I'm not agreeing with you, though. Like, I'm not going to agree with your safe assumptions. I'm going to challenge them, is my point.
Why would you disagree with all humans are born with born with a human brain, or let's say all humans that are not birth defected are born with a human brain, meaning they're not born with a dolphin brain or an orangutan brain. They're born with a genetically human.
I know
brain.
it
How is that not a
sounds
safe-
obvious, right? It sounds obvious, but what happens in a discussion is you say that sounds very obvious. I can't make a case where a human had a dolphin brain. Wow. You're saying, though, it doesn't happen in all cases. I'm wondering how you know that. You're saying it's a safe assumption, right? So you're just bringing an assumption to the
we see
table.
it
And you're making
happen
Human beings.
let me finish. You're bringing an assumption in to try to conform it to a universal claim. That's the problem.
Human beings make up the categories and the metrics.
Yeah, I mean, are you going to argue also against this being safe assumption? All humans are mortal.
I would argue against anything that you call a safe assumption, if that answers.
Okay, so with this kind of argument, the conclusion has to follow. Like when I say all humans are mortal and JG is a human, therefore JG is mortal. That means that because you're a human and humans are this thing, you are also this thing.
Yes,
That's
I get the argument. I mean, it goes back to,
the conclusion has to follow. It's necessary, meaning it can't be any other way.
yeah, you're making like a simple syllogism back to Socratic philosophers. I get that. What I'm challenging is the universal about all people. Even the philosopher who came up with that didn't have knowledge of all people.
So do you think that 5 brothers in the same family, even though they're genetically, they have some similarities, are going to have the same experience when they go on a roller coaster? Or, I mean, some of it will be the same, right? They'll all
You're just trying to get me to agree.
They'll be going up and down on a track, but
Alston, we're just going in circles. You're just trying to get me to agree into safe assumptions. I already stated that I don't agree
you're
with
going
your
to
safe
automatically disagree with all safe assumptions if they seem to be universal. That's what you're saying, right?
Well, if they're universal, you're definitely in trouble. But even a safe assumption, I can say, well, I agree with the assumption itself, but I don't agree with how you got there. Yes, all of them. Correct.
But the only way that you seem to get there when you explain yourself is you trust the scriptures, or that's what
Right.
the scriptures say.
That's where
not a
we're
good
right.
argument to me. And
I got a
that
question.
means nothing of your reasoning process.
I got a
That's the
question.
simplicity of where we are. But I think that you're stuck.
Do you presuppose all versions of the Bible are true?
No.
How do you know which one to presuppose?
This is like going to be a case by case basis. You could point out like the concept behind what you're reading in one version versus another is actually different based on the wording. So that's a complicated discussion. So
you reserve your judgment for each book that you read and determine which ones are valid, and which ones aren't.
No, the weakness in my answer here would be that I'm going to say that I have an Eastern Orthodox study Bible and I lean towards that. But the lack of commitment on my end could be a strength for your argument in this case.
No, I'm not trying to tear you down. I'm trying to
No, it's
understand
fine.
why did you presuppose the Orthodox version? What was your reasoning in choosing that version to presuppose?
Well, it's the Bible itself. The concepts I think remain consistent, although I haven't read every Bible. I've only read a few versions, but I see a consistency there. And then, the specifics of certain things within the Eastern Orthodox scripture versus King James, that's a long discussion to hash out. I would typically go to a believer to hash that out.
Is there a chance that you, in one of the future versions of the Bible that you may come across, that you find that there's more truth in it than the one that you currently are reading or presupposing?
I mean, I guess you could say there's a chance.
How would you think of the one that you thought was true before? Would you kind of set it aside and be like, well, it had its good points, but it's not complete, so I'm going to set it in the do not use pile?
How would I do that?
Would you? I'm just asking, would you?
Well, the way the argument works is that I'm arguing the impossibility of the contrary. So I do have to adhere to a scripture and a particular scripture. So for the purposes of this discussion, I can choose any one of those to argue with you guys. In fact, that becomes
if you
the
want to
problem.
argue instead of just be honest, which I appreciate that you were sharing honestly how you made your determinations, and that was good.
Well, we can be honest and argue at the same time. A discussion can quickly become a debate depending on how you're looking at it and so forth. So I don't think those things are mutually exclusive. You know what I mean?
As you like. Which part of it would you challenge with any version of any Bible?
Well, because we know each other already, it's going to result in the same type of argumentation. Like if you were a new guest that I'd never met, I might entertain things differently. But because I know both of you, I know how to argue you, or I know where I would go. And like with Halsey, it's anything we agree on is still arguable because I want to know how she gets there. But she keeps just giving me stories about things, trying to get me to agree with her. I don't know if you see that you're doing that or not.
To agree, you asked for how I got there. I'm explaining it, and instead of just saying, "Oh, okay, now I see."
Halsey, it's my turn.
Sorry,
it's your turn.
Yes.
Well, I think that she didn't explain how she got there, but she explained people on a bus and safe assumptions. She didn't tell me how she has universal of all people. You didn't do that.
Yeah, but
You
that's
don't
okay.
you
She
don't
can still.
have it. She doesn't
Yeah,
have it.
she can just presuppose it.
Well, what does that mean though? What is she going to do there? Like lay that out.
She can just presuppose that the things that she believes currently that are true remain true and that they're operational.
Okay. So what is truth in that worldview?
Well, and it's subject to change, obviously, but her
Truth is subject to
presuppositions.
change in that worldview. Okay. Well,
Yeah,
there
her
you go.
presuppositions about the truth are subject to change.
Just like the scenario with the Bible.
No. it's not
Thanks,
just-
Halsey. Thanks. You couldn't wait. You had to go ahead and pop the balloon.
It's it's
Oh.
not just like that. You think that all
It is like that.
presuppositions are equal in your worldview? Is that what you're driving at?
I asked you before how you made a determination on which version of the Bible you presuppose,
it's a
and you
separate
said that's a subject for another time. So any of my answers will just be along the same line. That I presuppose it, and if you want to talk about how I presuppose it, we can do that at a later time. That's fair.
So we can both just presuppose whatever we want and we'll call it a neutral argument?
We've already admitted that that's what you're doing, at least.
No.
You're presupposing which version of the Bible, based on the Orthodox bias that you have, that you will go ahead and presuppose is actually true. You haven't read them all. You admitted that. And you're not claiming to have full knowledge or even enough knowledge to be able to make that choice correctly. And you were honest in saying that if you found a better version, you would presuppose that that was more true. And Halsey asked you what you do with your earlier presupposition. Obviously, you discard it and say it was a stepping stone to get to where I'm at. This is all just evidence of subjective reasoning, that your presuppositions, you arrive to them subjectively.
No, I don't agree with that at all. I mean, I agree with some of what you're saying, but not all of it. But ultimately, I'm going to ask you, like, what is the problem?
I didn't say there was a problem. It's an observation.
So there's no argument against what I believe.
No, I don't care what you believe. That's fine. It's
But
you're
this is-
subjectively
you're
believing
you're
things.
acting out of character for some reason, right?
Why? How's this out of character?
Well, because you always argue against the scriptures, from what I've seen. So today you've decided that you're not.
I can argue against the scriptures, but you asked me if there's something wrong in you believing them. I don't have a problem with you believing them. I observe that you do.
No, I understand the observation. You're saying I observe things. Yeah. I'm asking you, like, if you have any disagreement.
Well,
Which I know-
I don't have
you do.
I don't have a disagreement unless if you're presupposing that your ability to know things and reason things properly is better than mine, because I'm already aware that you selectively presuppose the Bible without even fully having read it all yet. If you haven't read all the versions, you haven't read it all.
I mean, I've read the Bible. I've read
Which
multiple
one?
versions.
Right, you read them. You've read them all, though. You've read all the Bible.
Not every version, no. But
Right.
the difference is, like, you're saying, like, yeah, you can presuppose the Bible, you can presuppose all humans do this. Like, you have no. Do you actually have any way of knowing which way is the correct way? And then on top of that, to be able to argue that your position and your point is correct, because if you're coming from a subjective moral position, at the end of that, you're saying, well, I don't really know the right way and I don't really know the right answers, but here's what I'm observing. And that's really all you're giving.
Sure, and if you want to talk about something material, that's a little more tangible and easier to do. If you want to talk about the meta, then no. I mean, it's basically a whole lot of unfalsifiable claims that everyone's hiding behind.
What do you mean hiding behind?
Oh, it's a nice way to say, hey, you can't disprove the thing I believe in. There's no way that you can do it because it stays in the ether. It's not anything that you can see with your eyes, and it only comes out when you say the magic words. I don't know.
If you come up with a presuppositional argument for the preconditions necessary for all reality, you can't just posit anything in there. I can knock that down if you try that. I assume that would be your next step, actually.
I'm not
in
sure what you just said. I got confused. What did
transcendental
you say?
argumentation. I think a common step when people really start to get into arguing people who presuppose God is they say, oh, I know how I can do this. I can flip it around and just insert my own presupposition, which you kind of alluded to earlier.
Sure, yeah.
That doesn't work. I can argue against that. So I'm just
Go ahead,
you know,
argue
if you
against it.
try
Do
that,
it.
you can. You know.
No, go ahead, do it. Argue against it.
Well, what's your case?
Panspermia.
Can you hash that out a little bit about?
Yes,
how
that
you,
the universe has always existed, is eternal, and aliens came and populated us as nematodes, and we have evolved into various species since then. How about that? Let's just bounce that one
I
around.
mean, my first inclination is to challenge your actual worldview. I would say, is that your actual worldview? Or are you being honest? So there's that level, right?
I don't find it implausible. How about that?
Oh, well, no, now you're just giving a statement about something that could be. Is this your actual worldview or not?
Why does that matter? You can
You're
argue with the
arguing your
idea.
worldview.
No,
I'm
you
arguing
need to
your
argue
worldview.
with the
That's why it
idea.
matters.
So let's say that that's my worldview at the moment.
Yeah, you're making
That's
up
what-
that that's your worldview at the moment, so I'll argue it. I get it. I'm
Deal
pointing out
with
that
it.
if I was
Just deal
talking to
with it.
somebody else, I would challenge the honesty of the statement itself.
That's
but if-
fine. I'm not intentionally playing that game. I'm giving you something. I'm giving you a worldview. Disprove it.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, the first step would be to go into the epistemology, like how you have knowledge of this nematode worldview, right?
Well, I presuppose the nematodes we know exist. We know what nematodes are.
Well, whatever you said, because I'm not really following it closely because I know you're just making it up. I'm
Well,
saying,
no, I'm not. It's an actual worldview. See, you're
Okay.
presupposing that I'm making it up, aren't you?
yes, I was.
Okay. Well, I'm not making it up. It is a thing,
Okay.
and it's not unreasonable.
Yeah. So, we
So,
can we can figure out how that worldview works by challenging the epistemology, for instance.
So
Like,
let's start with the universe always existing.
the universe always existed in this worldview. And how did that knowledge come to be?
That's the inherent knowledge in the nematode population. That is
Inherent
passed on.
knowledge. What is that?
Yeah.
What is that?
Oh, it's inherent knowledge. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it's not
instinct.
circular, right?
It's instinct. Yeah.
So the instinct of those who don't adhere to that philosophy is dull, or what is?
No. They. It's not that they have. It's inherent. They don't know how to articulate it or anything like that. Sometimes they repress it though, but because
Yeah. It's like a bite off right.
No,
like a
it's because socially we have ideas about how we're supposed to think and behave and do stuff like that. So we suppress a lot just to be part of a pack, and that is not universal with all nematodes, but humans, we have evolved into this. You know, we concern ourselves with these things.
Okay. Well, in this worldview, is there a right way and a wrong way to
I mean,
think about these things, to act on these things? How does this work?
When you say right way and a wrong way, a correct, you mean an
Human
efficient,
behavior.
functional?
Human behavior.
Oh yeah, it's in the navigation of the environment around us. You know, we find the most efficient and beneficial ways to operate in the way in the environment around us. And you know, we have terms for not preferable and preferable. We call good and evil.
So the ethic is subjective.
Yes.
So the meaningfulness of the what'd you say, panpsychic?
Panspermia. Okay, that just means
Panspermia.
that it's like we were broadcast here on the planet.
The knowledge of the panspermia view is that your instinct tells you that the universe always existed, and that is the correct worldview. And then whether or not you ought to follow that information is subjective. You don't need to. It doesn't matter.
You added a lot of things in there. You
I
mixed in
was
some stuff
hashing.
about the knowledge of the universe being. We operate on the idea that there are universal cosmic constants that we trust. You know, even as much as gravity, because whether we know it or not, we recognize when things fall off the shelf.
You're talking about observation and then faith in things like induction, that the past dictates how the future will behave, so we can rely on that as a safe assumption, for instance.
No, operational assumption.
Right. So that's a faith assumption. So in this worldview, where does faith fit in?
Oh, it's part of every action, that we do. We believe that we're doing a thing for this reason or that reason. We believe that we've determined the right way to do something, and in a lot of cases, even more innovative than others around us. We think that we've done some big things. And
You're saying we, as in like all humanity?
Yeah.
So the panspermia worldview gave you that knowledge through intuition about all of the experience of other
let's
people?
just say it did. Let's just say it's instinctive. It's part of my evolution. How about that?
Yeah, I mean, like this is going to be like a worldview discussion where it's going to come down to the ethic, I think, because no matter what you're making up or going along with, that's not your actual worldview. It's going to come down to like understanding that within that system, there's a right way to follow it and a wrong way to follow. And if that's absent, then you really have no argument for the system except, well, this is what I think is real or true. However,
What do you mean right way or wrong way to follow it? You either function and survive or you don't.
There's assumptions based into the idea of survival being the right way, for instance. It's as simple as that. It seems obvious.
What do you mean? It's
It
the
seems
number one
obvious.
priority of almost all creatures is self-preservation.
Yeah, well, right there, when you say almost all creatures, that's where it gets interesting, because that's the point. Is like, you're assuming it as like the purpose, like the telos, survival. But again, when you say almost all creatures, you realize that you're coming away from that, going, I can't make this case in this worldview.
Okay, known creatures.
What about them?
They seem to prefer living rather than expiring.
Yeah, the seam is the problem again. You can't make an
Yeah.
objective claim here because you're going. If you do that,
No, it's part of my intuition that I am no different than them. That we all come from.
Then
the
you
same
have a
nematode.
feelings you have a feelings argument at base.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's the inherent. What do you think instinct is?
I'm saying your argument itself is your feelings,
No, it's instinct.
which is breaks down to your feelings, dude.
Instincts have a side effect called feelings.
So your argument breaks down to my feelings. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. What's up? You say that like you don't have them. Do you not have them? Do you feel some kind of way about that?
Dude, the argument
what?
the argument itself.
Break it down better than that, JG. Put a little effort into it. I gave you plenty of fodder and you're just being lazy.
No, I did break it down. I'm pointing out
You
that
did
the
not.
What
You
do you
didn't
want?
even begin to attack any finer points. You just kind of waved it off. Okay, fine. That's lazy.
No. I think you don't understand the way I'm seeing this. Like, I eventually have to get some software where I can draw this stuff out. It's just be much better. If you guys come up with stuff sometimes, I notice. If
Like
you
a
come up
Venn
with something like,
diagram or something.
yeah, if you can help me out with that, that'd be very helpful. In a lot of these discussions, I see it.
I can. Hold on a second.
Halsey's your person there, but Halsey, your mic
Yeah,
is
yeah.
crap.
I mean,
I'm
not
not
right
gonna lie.
now.
Here, is that better? I'm going to move it closer. Is that better?
Oh, yeah. It's
Yeah.
loud, but-
Okay.
I'm not saying not right now tonight. I'm saying in general, it's something I need, but that's fine.
Now,
You know.
now you're a little loud, Halsey.
Sorry. Is that better?
Yep.
I moved it away.
Because I would draw it out in a sense of metaphysics, epistemology, ethics, like the basic pillars of philosophy. So you're giving me like a description of like the panspermia worldview. You're giving me like metaphysics into our existence, our ontology. But then when we get into the epistemology, it becomes intuition, my feelings.
What part of that was metaphysics in panspermia? What did I say that was metaphysics?
Well, the ontology of us up existing would fall under metaphysics. You didn't get into it specifically. I'm just giving that to you. I'm saying you're explaining ontology. And then when you move into epistemology of how you know this, you're going to intuition and my feelings. So when we move into ethics about how we ought to operate, it's just all feelings. There's no actual answer here or objective truth.
What would you have been looking for evidence of that? What would you have been looking for?
I'm just going to ask you, you know what I mean? Like what you have.
You don't seem to know what you would accept other than what? There's got to be some. Oh, the Bible. If I would have said that it's in the Bible and you just read it wrong, you'd look into it, wouldn't you?
No, I can have many disputes with Bible believers. You know what I mean?
So you seem to have a problem that I'm not giving you something you're looking for. But when I ask you what kind of stuff are you looking for, you're like, I don't know. I'll just know it when I see it.
No, I just told you metaphysics, epistemology, ethics need to be satisfied for a coherent worldview.
What is your metaphysical question?
Well, the metaphysics is not necessarily an area that I have a problem with what you're saying. It's the epistemology and ethics.
You mean like how instinct works?
Well, you already admitted that your knowledge breaks down to my feelings, unless you're going to.
Well, you use the term "my feelings" to try and make the sensations that guide us seem very trivial. But these sensations and reactions that we have, that you call my feelings, actually determine 90% of everything that we do. The other stuff is autonomic.
Yeah. So the idea of philosophy is to go and hash out what is prior to the feelings, the ideas that are held, the beliefs, and how that person has
electrical and chemical reactions and responses within the meat suit and brain area.
Well, that's giving a description more of like a metaphysical or ontological status of like
that's
the
biological. That's
right,
biological.
But it's not getting into like the philosophy behind knowledge and ethics, right? You're just describing.
I mean,
like,
how we learn through experience and trial and error and exposure to things.
Yeah, somewhat, but still, even within those experiences, like there's knowledge and ethics involved in that, and that's what I'm trying to drive at. Is what in the worldview itself, like what is the foundation of the fundamental idea of knowledge and ethics? That seems to be missing.
The foundational, of knowledge and ethics.
Yeah,
we've got those together: knowledge and ethics, like right behavior.
Well, again, like the three basic pillars of philosophy is what I'm relying on. Now, you can disagree with my worldview and how I do this, of course, but I'm saying
I'm just getting. I need a definition. I need just sort of a distinction because I got knowledge. I understand that means like a certainty about that which is or comports with reality, and then we've got ethics. Now, when you say ethics, I hear a right and wrong way to behave.
Right. I mean, that's a simple way to put it. Sure.
Okay. So then how would you determine currently, how do you determine what that means? Because I don't know exactly. A right way to do things would be the most efficient and productive way to do something, I would imagine.
Yeah. So that's sort of like an ethic of you could say like maybe even well, it's not utilitarianism.
No, I'm extraordinarily utilitarian. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So that you're leaning in that direction, right? Where like efficiency and the greater good or the best case scenario for all of us, right?
No, I didn't say that at all. I did not say the greater good. That can be. It depends on the culture.
Utilitarianism is what he's talking about. I think the philosophical framework and for morality.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that it doesn't bleed into something that I don't hold, because I don't think that's. I think that you can be utilitarian in a self-serving way, which is in some cultures, and then you've got the group-serving way. You know what I mean?
Because the ethic is still subjective. Like even when you say things like, you're doing it for functionality and so forth, you're assuming the functionality as the ethic. It seems obvious, but it can be challenged. Yeah.
Well, yeah, sure, you can challenge that. I'm just trying to find out what you mean by correct and incorrect, or wrong and right, when it comes to behavior.
You're trying to figure out what the idea of an ethical decision is, or moral dilemma.
No, because you said that you would challenge things on knowledge and ethics, and I understand knowledge, but like, how do you know a thing? And then you say ethics, and then it's like, I need metrics here to understand what you mean by ethics.
They're tied together, for one. They'd be tied together. They'd be inseparable. You can't divorce one from the other. So your knowledge system would have to include some sort of ethical system for you to understand, in order to have a worldview that's intelligible and coherent in a way that you can argue it and operate within it.
So not just the social system that you exist in that kind of instructs us how we can most efficiently get along with each other.
You know from personal experience, I know this from knowing you, that you largely reject that type of system.
I think you believe I'm thinking about government. I didn't mention government.
Well, most people are statists. That's the problem.
Yeah, but I'm just talking about the environment. It could be your family, your tribe, or whatever. It could
I
be.
mean, you could go Twilight Zone and pop yourself into Nazi Germany and make the same argument and go, wait a second, right?
What do you mean about Nazi Germany?
Well, like the Twilight Zone movie, he lands himself right in the middle of Nazi Germany.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, he's in a different world where the social norms, social standards are obviously completely different.
Yes.
So to look at the social standard, like that's just looking at a larger subjectivity, which we call relativity. Like,
right. This is the thing that they're trying out to see if it's the most efficient. The Nazis,
But again, the most efficient becomes essentially the ethic itself. Like that's the standard. So we want to know how you have knowledge of the standard based on the panspermia worldview. Can you put this all together into a coherent model? That's the idea.
Oh, you're the one that's making a requirement that I make a determination between what is wrong and right, and these are very subjective terms. So I'm not that's what I'm asking you. I'm asking you to give me some sort of metric because I haven't heard an argument that suggests that I need that.
Hello.
Hey.
Sparkle, you changed your icon. I didn't recognize you.
Yeah, it's so. How you guys doing? Sorry I interrupt, but holy shit, 4 hours.
We're actually talking about some panspermia.
Interesting.
And Jamie just started a stream about testosterone, so I think there's a link here. The sperm,
Oh, well, yeah, it doesn't literally mean sperm in that, but I got what you mean. It just means
sometimes you just got to say, you see these.
You just got to skate.
You just got to say sperm because what other opportunities are you going to have to say it, throughout your day? So
Well, I don't know, Halsey.
If you ride public buses,
did not eat any sperm for breakfast.
Well, I mean, where's the link?
I'll find reasons to say it now.
Okay,
where's the link to the stream of testosterone?
I started. You started with your pretend worldview.
Oh no, I didn't.
Pretend worldview.
I did not get us. Panspermia is not a pretend worldview.
It's pretend worldview for you.
For the moment, yeah. It's one I'm considering. I don't know what is true.
So I'm just saying.
I'm considering it.
From my worldview, I see a coherency in metaphysics, epistemology, ethics as a basic foundation. Right. I'm coming from the scripture, and I'm arguing it in a sense where I have a system in place, right? You can disagree with it. But
no, I'm just wondering about the requirement. Where's the requirement for the ethical part of that come from? Where?
Oh, okay. Well, when you argue, there's an assumed ethic involved. This is what I continually go over with the universalists, and they either just deny or don't get it. When you're making an argument, it's assumed that you have an ought or a should that's thrusting it forward. Person A thinks this, you think differently. So you argue, you debate, you discuss it. You have to have something behind what you're telling them in a sense that says, well, you ought to think this way. You should think differently. You should consider me. It's a meta-ethical question.
What if the approach is simply, I don't believe you. What is the reason I should? What if that's the approach?
You take that approach, and then if it's me, I'd say, well, what don't you believe? And then if you answer, I say, well, how do you evaluate things to be true or false? It's always going to fall back on you. That's sort of the beauty of this style of argumentation, is once you engage,
okay,
now you're answering a bunch of questions, right?
But you just gave me all right, so that last question, how do you evaluate whether things are true or false? Yeah. That's related to ethics as well, because that's knowledge, right? That's
of course
the
because
knowledge
it's assumed. Well, look, it's assumed. Well, no, they're all related. Good. That's the idea, is that you see them as interconnected. The knowledge and the ethic are inseparable. They stand together, but typically in autonomous philosophy, they get divorced.
Knowledge might inform the ethic, but the ethic is something that changes and evolves as we learn more about what is good and what is true.
That assumes that true and good exist in some sort of objective sense.
Well, good is just a term for more preferred, more preferable.
So now you're back to an opinion or a preference, which is going to follow you into your argument.
Are you disagreeing with my definition of good, meaning more preferable, more preferred?
Yeah.
Okay, what does it mean other than preferred?
Well, from my worldview, there's a good that exists that comes from God.
Right, but how do I know that?
Well, you don't seem to know that.
Right. So then I have to say preferred because I have no reason to presuppose that your worldview is informed.
Well, if you choose a preferred ethic, that's going to be your problem, is what I'm saying. Because when you get to the extent of making an argument against me, I'm going to ask you, like, how you know that is the case, that I ought to follow that, even if you say something true.
You're implying that I'm suggesting that you should follow my ethics. When have I done that?
No, not quite. I mean, that could come into play, but you're suggesting that I should take your ethical position seriously.
No.
So I'm arguing against it. I'm saying, well, I'm listening to you, but
no, I don't think that you should necessarily take. I mean, that's something that has to be earned.
If you take that route, you're saying, okay, I don't think you should listen to me. What happens here is like what happened with Wildheart. He's like, no,
I don't think you should feel compelled to just respect me or respect my worldview or whatever like that. That shit needs to be earned. I don't think that it's obligatory that you give anyone or their worldview like a disproportional amount of respect to anyone else's until you hear it.
Right. And here I am entertaining a worldview that you don't even adhere to. So,
well, I told you I was considering it. I'm open-minded. No, what do you mean? I'm not adhering to it. I could be adhering to that worldview without
interrupt you, dude.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Tell me how I'm not adhering to it.
Because you don't hold it. You just said.
I told you I was considering it.
I know that's not adherence. That's consideration, dude. Come on.
Right. So I'm considering that we evolved from nematodes that were sprinkled here by aliens. How am I falling short of the ideal?
Well, you can explain it if you want to, and I'll pick it apart again.
Okay. Well, here it is. Nematodes are tiny little, almost like microscopic worms. All right, and there are more of them than there are of us by the billions. Okay, they're found everywhere in our environment, even in the Arctic. All right, and they're millions of different species of them too. All right, so they can survive everywhere. They are everywhere. I just imagine, based on the way they spread and evolve into all these other species, that this could have been one of our original life forms. All right, we've got all sort of news and ideas floating out there about aliens. I don't know what aliens are. By definition, God is extraterrestrial, so whatever that means, some forces beyond us could have very easily sprinkled little nematodes eons ago. Aeons ago. Anyway, and we have since evolved into all of these things that we see around us. Now, what part of that would require me to have like an ethic?
When you get into an argument about why that's the correct worldview?
Well, I didn't say it was correct. I said I was considering it, though.
Yeah, so then you got an idea that you're floating, so it's just that's all it is, I guess. There's no reason to.
Well, I think I got it. I think that you believe that if I have a worldview, it should compel me to do things like your worldview compels you to do things.
Oh, have an ethic behind it? Sure.
Well, I mean, what you're saying that there's things that you better damn well do, or else, right? That's the idea.
Well, with an objective ethic, yes, correct.
I mean, you're claiming an objective ethic, but where would that possibly come from? Where would that exist at?
It comes from the scriptures. It comes from God.
So it comes from God. God's mind?
You could say the mind of God.
Okay, so it's subjective.
There's a creator-creator distinction. We've already had this discussion.
I know you keep trying to say that, but it still
I am
means
saying
that
that. I'm not trying to say it. I am saying it.
But there's no way that you can demonstrate. Yeah. If
Refute
it
it.
comes from God's mind, then it is inherently subjective to his mind. And although you guys tell us that it's objective to us, we see evidence that it's not objective to us.
Okay. And how do you know that? How do you know about God's mind?
JG, why? Like,
Let me finish up with Will here, dude. How do you know about God's mind?
How many slaves do you own?
No, the question is, how do you know about God's mind?
Well, I'm just saying that his ethics are different than yours. Like you don't own any slaves, and he's totally fine with it. He's instructed you on how to do it and who. So we don't do that anymore. So
right, in your worldview, there's a problem with slavery. Can you hash?
I didn't say there was a problem with it. I asked you if you owned any. You're not living in a way that God would approve of.
Will, there's an implication here that I can suggest.
You have a book, and you're not living up to it.
You got to be you have to be a little bit more receptive to the pretend worldview that you're using in order for me to have this discussion with you, right?
Go ahead.
I'm granting you a pretend worldview, so you don't even have to be defensive when I pick it apart.
I do that to you every time I talk to you. I grant you for the sake of discussion that your book has some validity. There's no reason for me to believe
I don't
that
need
it
you
does,
to grant.
though.
I don't need you to grant me that. I asked for that grant.
You do. You insist in order to have a conversation that I at least take your worldview seriously and not call it a magic book and that stuff.
You can do that. If you say it's a magic book, I'm going to ask you what magic is and so forth.
Oh, I can tell you that. Definitionally, it's communing or applying to spirits or spiritual forces to achieve a desired outcome.
I don't think it's the only definition of magic, but sure, you might use something like that. So
give me the definition that's different than that. As far
no,
as
yours is fine. I just wanted to say that I don't think it's limited to that, but that can work. That's all I'm saying. Magic, like magic wand type of magic tricks, all that little stuff.
Magic words. Did you have to say magic dunking in magic water?
Yeah, in that case, I would tend to point out, if we had more time, I would point out that I could reverse that you're actually working with your own worldview in a magical fashion. That's what I would do.
That's fine. You could try that. I think you'd be hard pressed to find any distinction between the practices of the Hebrews or the Christians, any distinction between that and the pagan stuff that you guys call pagan or magic spells and stuff, witchcraft, whatever.
Well, I think the difference would be what it's attributed to, right? The foundation.
Yep. Whether you're attributing it to your God or their gods.
Yeah. Midnight, go ahead. I know you had something a minute ago.
Okay. My biggest issue with you has always been that for some reason, you can accept that something could be objective but still change. Like, objective doesn't mean static.
I mean, give me an example. It typically does, but you give an example of
No,
what you
it doesn't.
mean.
Okay, a river, right? You never step in the same river twice. I don't know if you ever heard that.
Yeah, that's a good example with the river. Very meaningful. You're saying that the objective part of that is the river itself.
Yeah, the objective part of that is the river itself, and the water is the objective part. Like objectively, the river exists. You see it, but the water flowing through it always changes. The river itself doesn't. I guess you could call it the hole.
Even that erodes down.
Yeah.
Over time.
Yeah. There's a little bit of an issue in what you're saying. If you think about it, you're saying the river itself is objective, but then you go into saying that the components of the river are always in motion. So that's an interesting.
What's wrong with that? That is literally how reality functions, JG. I'm sorry to have to put it to you.
Well, it's objectively a river, but the pieces are always changing. It's never the same river one second to the next.
So we got to think of the categories we're in, right? Like when we're talking about something physical versus something metaphysical, like an idea of transcendental categories, time, space, causality, ethics.
Where do metaphysical things exist?
Physical always changes as well, JG. Like matter is continuously matter is continuously converting from energy back to matter. Literally everything around you is always changing. You just don't see it because you can't see stuff atomically.
No, we do see it. It just takes a little while to collect enough data to make note of
you know what I mean, though. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a category you're in, though. When you're pointing to physical
no,
things,
it's not a category error.
Why don't you let me talk? I just let you talk.
All right, apologize. My bad. Go ahead.
It's the categories of things. It's like the crackers in the pantry fallacy. Like we don't come to reason all things the same way. Like I don't do an algebra problem the same way I figure out what's in my left pocket. I reach into my pocket, right? That's a different methodology than algebra. So when you're talking about the physical river versus, you know, like a transcendental category like causality or ethics, you're in a different category altogether. So that needs to be noted here.
Well, I could see how you would think it's a category error, but it really isn't. Like I don't know what to tell you.
No,
like all you have to do,
because
all you have to do is go outside and observe a river. Okay, you observe the river. The premise itself, or whatever you want to call it, is still there, but the water flows through it. Like I don't get how that's a category error. Help me out here, Chief.
Is not a category error. I'm pointing out that when we're talking about ethics versus a river, we're in a different category, right?
But ethics is the same thing.
Really? Point to it. Point to it then.
You're saying they change. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm saying they change.
Pointing to the river, right? Point to the ethic.
Slavery.
Yeah, there you go.
That's an example of an ethic. Point to ethics itself.
The ethics behind the law changed, and then it was no longer an acceptable thing.
There's still more there, though. Like whatever is behind all of it is what I want to see you point at, because you're just giving me examples of morals and ethics in society. I'm saying, what is it? What is the ontology of the ethic itself, the existence?
The ontology of existence?
Yeah, the river we can point to. We're getting into, you know, physical matters, empirical ideas, but when we get into ethics or transcendental categories, we don't.
So you're saying, where did existence come from? That's what I'm hearing you ask.
No, I'm saying point to the existence of the moral or ethic that you speak of. The midnight.
I see what you mean.
He's speaking of the river, and then he's speaking of the ethic and putting them in the same category. So I'm saying points to the ethic that you're speaking of.
Okay, well, we can recognize that there are that. Give me a sec. We can recognize that there are real world consequences. Okay, that would be the objective part. All right, but no. That's not going to work. Okay, well, that's fine. That's fine. Will, you want to take a crack at it? So you won't interrupt it while I stutter?
You want me to take a crack at your argument?
I don't know.
I'm not. I'm saying I'm not convinced that there's an objective morality. I get that people have morals, and that you know, if we have free will, then you know that seems to be subjective, what we do with it and what we think is wrong and right and correct and incorrect. If you're suggesting there's a God who has an objective morality, like a rule system that he's insisting that we follow, I'd like to see your evidence that God exists.
Yes, you would. You would like some sort of empiricism, correct?
Oh, wouldn't we all? Wouldn't you like to shake hands with the God?
Well, we have the scriptures.
I have lots of books. Why would that be a different category than other books?
Well, it's similar to the argument, right? Like the Bible isn't considered like the same.
Who wrote it?
You might consider it the same, but it's not written in the same fashion as a fiction book.
Who wrote it?
What's that?
Who wrote it?
The literary style is different than traditional writing. I mean, it's multiple authors.
Okay, so which one of those authors should I trust?
Well, what is your system of trust based in? What standards do you have in place? Hold on. What standard do you have in place to know what is true from what is false in reality? A very important question.
Okay. I'm asking about your God.
No. What
the
standard
existence.
do you have
Hold on. I'm trying to explain that there's a standard for metaphysics, isn't there? Is there a standard for metaphysics?
What standard does Will have in place to know
Is there a
truth of-
standard for metaphysics?
You're dodging the question, Will.
You are. I'm asking a question. Are there standards? Because you're asking me, and I need more information. Okay, because I'm
You
asking
need
about
more
the existence of.
information to answer how you know what is true. Okay, exactly. You
Yeah,
do.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So what do
Back
you mean
up
by
the
that?
Bible, my friend.
You said no is true. What do you mean no is true?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You asked me how I know something is true.
How you evaluate the truth or falsity of any matter. What
Right,
standard
well,
do you
so-
rely on to know what is true versus what is
Probability.
false? No, that's not a standard.
It's one of them.
Do
So,
tell.
Yeah,
Do tell.
whether it comports with reality, observable reality, and my subjective experiences.
That's completely circular and subjective.
Fine. So I'm asking you if there's evidence.
It's not fine. You're trying new answers on for size.
You're running from my question about your book, because we get into your book and now you're like, oh well, let me find out how you're going to grade it. No, just answer the question and stop worrying
Yeah.
about how I'm going to grade it. I'm qualified to grade things, okay?
No, I'm gonna stay there. With
I
reason.
know, because if we get into actually, who these authors were and what you actually know about them, you're going to feel a little dumb. Because you're guessing that they're right. You're hoping they're right. You have no evidence that they knew what they were talking
That's why
about.
I asked the person who's questioning that how he knows and evaluates what is true versus what is false. And I
Right.
But he
So
says
do you-
probabilities. Probabilities is your answer, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, hash that out. What does that even mean?
The probability that these guys actually wrote the things they're attributed to writing, for one, because that should come into question who the author is. Now, what do I know about the authors? What can I even find out about the authors? Much less their inspiration, whether it was actually divinely inspired. I guess I'd have to look at whether the book and the books are consistent. And alas, if I do an internal critique and I'm honest about it, there's inconsistencies.
Yeah. Well, I'm not agreeing with you. I'm saying
It just means that some of them might not have been inspired. At least some of them said things that were incorrect.
Yeah. So when you say you find things inconsistent, it seems implied that in your worldview that being consistency is an ought. Being
If I'm
consistent.
doing an internal critique about an inerrant book by an inerrant God, then I would expect some traits or characteristics of that to be in the writing.
Yeah, you're assuming that following what is true and being consistent is valuable or meaningful in your worldview, right? That's assumed. That's in there.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So what I move to do is go to a meta-ethical question of how you know that's the case. And if you're telling me this is just a subjective case, then all you have is back to your feelings on the matter.
I don't know. I'm still not hearing any evidence for the book being something anyone should trust, because you're asking me a lot of
I know
questions.
you're not hearing that, but I prefer you to hear what I'm actually saying to you.
Yeah, I hear you. I see you dancing.
I'm not dancing.
You are. I know this game as well as you do, and I know what you're doing. Try it with someone else.
I'm prepared for this conversation.
I don't think you are, because I'm asking you about why anyone, what evidence is there that there's a God behind the authoring of that book? And you're asking, how would you know if I even told you? That's not your problem. That's my problem. Why don't you just tell me?
I don't know, Will. I mean, if you don't know how to evaluate what is true and what is false, I'm not sure the point of a conversation.
So you're just going to keep dancing. That's fine.
It's not a dance. It's an actual counterclaim to your worldview.
So
but you
why
actually,
should I believe that you know what you're talking about when you talk about the Bible?
You're actually gone from in the maybe 45 minutes, an hour, from a fake worldview into a new worldview, into like a position where you think you're going to question the Bible. It's not going to work.
That's what happens with subjective worldviews.
Yeah, I know.
But you're still not able to answer my question. I'm noting that. That's all of this is you not addressing my question.
Well, I've been addressing your questions, right?
I know, but now you're in the Darth Dawkins mode. You don't want to talk about your book, even though you've told me that's where it all hinges. it's true because I have presupposed that it's true,
Yeah,
and
you
there's
disagree with that.
inconsistencies. And when I start talking about inconsistencies, you can't even determine whether it's inconsistent because you don't know
Right.
wrong from right. See, that's a
Right.
dodge. I'm not a
It's not
child.
a
That doesn't
dodge.
work with me.
It's not a dodge. It's actually
Yeah.
a statement that
Yeah.
seems to be true until otherwise noted by you.
It's a cop out to exclude anyone that's not already a firm believer because they're easy to manipulate.
Do you think that's wrong?
No, it's just what it is. It's observable.
Oh, so you're just telling us things you're observing. Do you have anything true to bring to the table?
I'm sorry. Is that just another version of a cop out?
So you're just observing things. You don't have anything true to bring to the table.
I'm observing you running from a question.
You're running from my question about you bringing anything true to the table. You're not.
Why should
observing that?
anyone believe the Bible's true?
You're not observing yourself.
I hear you not answering. I'm not letting you get away from me.
Okay. Why should anyone believe the Bible is true? That's your question.
Yep.
What is truth in your worldview?
Why should anyone believe that anything about the Bible is correct?
Because it is true. What is truth in your worldview?
Well, if I ask you what is truth, you'll give me a name.
Uh-huh.
So that wouldn't be an answer to my question. I know better than to talk to you about truth because you're going to say something nonsensical.
JG, did you just answer Will's question of how do we know, or what was it? Why should we believe anything in the Bible is correct? You said because it's true.
Yeah.
Did you say that? Really?
Well, that's my worldview that the Bible is true. You guys already know that.
And what is the truth?
I mean, one way of putting it is Jesus Christ being the truth, which you
Right. See,
alluded to.
that's a name. That's a name. That's not an answer.
Of course, it's a name, but it's not all it encompasses. Will, come on.
Oh, so I'm just supposed to unpack the name. Jesus Christ is supposed to mean something about truth.
Well, since I answered your question, now I'd like to make my point that I'm not even clear on how you evaluate what is true or false in reality. We can't make sense of that except you say probability. What kind of answer is that?
What kind of answer is that? Kevin. See, you can give a name, I can give a name. That'll just be my answer. My answer is Kevin when it comes to probability.
It's sort of back to the same.
Kevin is probability. Probability is Kevin. It's the same thing. Don't challenge me because Kevin says it's fine.
Okay.
See, you don't like it when someone does it back to you, when someone plays pretend that way.
I'm not pretending. You're pretending.
You're pretending that you have an answer from my question. You're just keeping it from me. The reality is you don't. There is no reason I should believe the Bible's true.
There's no reason you should believe the Bible is true. How did you come to that conclusion?
Because you can't answer that question. And I was depending
It all
on you,
hinges on
JG.
me.
It all
You're-
hinged on you, buddy. You
Oh,
act like you knew what those words meant that you were using, but apparently you don't.
Oh, shoot.
I mean, you're not gonna bring me on here and try to like make me your content and then not get a little kickback when you push too far.
Oh, I'm not worried about you, dude. I like it when you're kind of, you're not so aggressive and you're more like into the conversation itself. But
Well, you try to devalue other people's worldview by hiding your own. But then when yours
What am I
comes under
hiding?
scrutiny, yeah, you don't want to talk about how you arrived at your presupposition that your particular version of the Bible is true. You don't really want to talk about it. It's bias. It's blind.
No, I talk about certain things with certain people. That's correct.
Okay. I mean, you don't want to talk about it with anyone that's not in the cult. If they're not in the cult, they're not going to really believe all the woo-woo.
No, I
that
reject
goes
your
around it.
terminology, but what I'm saying to you is,
What's wrong with my terminology?
Can you let me answer?
Yeah, but what's wrong with calling it a cult? It is what it is. It began
I
as a
said
cult. It's
said
just
I
a bigger one.
disagree with your terminology. Okay.
Is my terminology wrong?
Yes.
It's incorrect?
Yes.
Is that objectively true or subjectively true?
I'm still trying to figure out how you evaluate these things so I can have a conversation with you. You see?
Yeah, I would like you to give me what convinced you that the Bible was true other than you pre-selecting that it was true because that was your leaning.
Yeah, I know you want me to perform for you.
Well,
but
because we
have a
both know the
conversation.
answer. We
I
know the
wanna-
answer.
Okay, well then you got your answer.
So you're not qualified to tell me what the truth is.
I told you what the truth is.
No, you told me Jesus Christ. That's a name.
Yes.
Okay, an observation can be made here. Is this what you call the armor of God?
I answered your question. But you
You
won't
can't
answer
give a you can't
my
yeah, but you
question.
can't give a reason for your faith.
Oh, I can. At this point,
No,
you know,
only to a certain group of people. You've already said it's an exclusive club, and I'm not in it.
there's something wrong with that.
No, it's just an observation.
So all you have is observations.
Correct.
So you appear to be arguing.
Oh, am I?
Okay, I'll just let you sit out back because you're obviously playing games, dude. You came in with a fake worldview. You're feeling comfortable and confident because I'm being benevolent to you and discussing things with you. But you can't answer anything about how you know things or what is the right way. You just keep saying observation. Oh, I'm just observing. That's not all you're doing. You're proving your own dishonesty. You just proved it. No, I didn't answer every question you may have wanted, but I answered many of your questions. You're proving to play games and you're proving dishonesty. Now I put you out back, but you left right away. You didn't have to leave. I'm trying to make the point that you're just playing a game at this point. Go ahead, House.
I was just going to ask, like, when you go into a situation, like, let's say you're in a brand new situation, you got invited to a dinner party where you only know one person, right? And you walk in and you're in a brand new place, brand new people, music you've never heard, all the things that you can just look around and see and observe in your experience. Isn't that you observing to understand what you see as the truth of your surrounding reality or your immediate reality? Like, what's wrong with that process?
I don't.
Because you
know if
seem to
there's
be
any-
criticizing Will for that kind of description, but I'm just asking you, like, how else are we supposed to determine like what is and is not in our reality, except for observation?
Observation alone.
What else do we have? We have our imagination and we have observation, right?
You don't think that you're presupposing and assuming things in your observation, things prior to the observation? You don't have a
Part of our
philosophy?
imagination, right? Like if you went to this dinner party and somebody said, 2 hours before you went, there's going to be a lot of gay people there, right? You'd walk in, probably kind of looking around, seeing was he right? There are a lot of gay people here.
Yeah, I see gay people. Sure, midnight.
You know what
is
I mean,
in,
though,
then-
because you would have a predisposition to be looking for and expecting this thing that people told you that would be true. That's what you mean, right? Like when you say presuppositions about a situation.
No, I'm saying when you say it simply comes down to observation, I'm saying you're overlooking that you're carrying presuppositions and a philosophy into the observation itself.
Yeah, but that's
what I'm
part of our
challenging.
observation, right? Because that's what filters it. That's what alters what's raw
That's
and
what-
real coming into our eyes and everything.
That's what I'm challenging. I'm challenging your assumptions. I'm giving my assumption. I'm giving my ultimate presupposition and challenging yours. It's simple as that.
Okay. You got anything, Midnight? You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I don't know. I guess not really. Just hanging out.
I think I've probably taken it as far as I can go without getting into another sort of merry-go-round, just round and round we go kind of scenario. So,
Why do
but
you
it was
think-
interesting.
Why do you think Will left you?
That's a weird way of phrasing it.
Left me. I think he left. Is that what you said? Because I think
Well,
that
yeah, I said that for a reason, Midnight, because she's obviously like she feels confident when Will first comes in, and when he leaves, she feels less confident.
Why would I be talking if I feel less confident right now?
Well, you're about to leave, right?
Well,
You're
I
ju-
mean, I didn't know whether or not Will was coming back, and sometimes when he
Okay,
leaves,
that's
there's
fine.
not much left to talk about because it's all been talked about, and any attempt to go further will just result in a circular thing. And I, sometimes don't have the energy for that, and it's also kind of boring.
You need more entertainment.
Not about entertainment.
You said it was boring. Implies that entertainment is needed. But anyway, what I'm saying is, why do you think he left? What he seemed to be making a case like something was wrong, something was not
I
going.
think that from what I know of Will, he doesn't really like to be put backstage, and
Okay.
maybe that was part of it.
Okay.
Anyway, it was fun. Have a good night. I'll see you later, midnight.
Yep. See you later.
Bye.
So, how you been?
What are we, pals?
No, but it's a customary to ask. It's funny. You get on people for treating you as entertainment, but then you treat others as entertainment. That's interesting.
Treat others as what?
Entertainment. You say you yourself do not want to be treated as entertainment, but you treat others as entertainment.
Who did
Do you
I
not
treat
see
as
that?
entertainment? Who do I treat as
Everyone-
entertainment? What are you talking about?
Never mind. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
You're saying I treat somebody as entertainment?
Yes, you treat others as entertainment, but complain they treat you like entertainment. Like you say, do you want to be entertained? As if that's as if that that they're looking down on you or some shit. That's the impression I get when you said that.
Oh, when she said she wanted to be entertained, because I think she was just making an excuse to leave. That's why I challenged it. I mean, when you get into philosophy and theology, like when you hang around circles like this, these communities, where is entertainment? The pursuit of the truth. Where is what you like involved in what is true? That's what these people are missing. They don't have a worldview that's established that has any standard in place. So they just follow their whims. I mean, that's the answer we got from Will, that his intuition and muff feelings is what's guiding him. They tried to pursue that with him, and he realized he didn't want to, because I think he intuitively realizes where that's leading, just into a single.
Oh yeah, it's definitely leading to hell.
No, like a single autonomous being saying, this is my opinion, my feelings, my observation. And he can't go any further than that. That's why I'm asking him, is there problems? Is there something wrong? And he keeps saying, no, I'm observing. He's saying he's observing, but he's actually arguing and trying to make a point, which is showing either his dishonesty or his disconnected level of understanding of what he's doing. It's going to fall into one or the two.
I mean, I don't know. From what I know about him, he's a good man. So
he's fine. I don't mind him coming on having discussions. We had a few good ones, but I think what happened there is it just went back into where it usually goes, where he gets kind of mad. You can tell his demeanor changes. But,
well, as they say, doesn't really like being put backstage. There's that. And he probably got tired of the conversation. Like, from what I've noticed, you guys are definitely going in circles. Although obviously I wasn't watching the whole time. I just ran up, I just checked, and so that's Will and Halsey were there. I'm like, oh, cool. Then clicked, and here I am
with me. So how does it feel now?
Very subjective.
All the time. When does it feel objective for you?
When I'm knocking on wood.
Okay.
It is. You have to admit. You have to admit that existence is beautiful.
Well, I guess it depends on what you're looking at.
I mean, I personally find a lot of beauty in this universe. Yeah, there's a lot of ugly too, but there is beauty in the ugliness. You know what I mean?
I think so. I think I can make a case for it. But what are you going to do when it gets a little, when you turn up the dial a little more, you're going to find beauty in gang rape and stuff like that as well. Are you able to do that from your worldview?
I mean, as fucked up as it sounds, yes, there is beauty in the universe. You just have to find it, and even there's beauty in the darkness too. Like, I know it's fucked up, but that's the way the world is. That's the way existence is. Like, you can either accept it or just go insane.
Huh. Accept it, meaning just
Accept that it happens.
Like
Then
when you
no
get
matter
something
how
stolen from you?
hard.
Like
What?
like when somebody transgresses you, like steals from you, you just accept that it happens, type of thing. Is that what you're talking about? If somebody harms you, you just accept it.
Okay, sorry about that. I accidentally muted myself. Well, no, I don't mean that you just accept it in the sense of not wanting your stuff back. Okay, but if somebody steals from you, you can't get it back, then what are you gonna do? You know, if somebody steals money from you, okay, they steal money from you. There's no really way to get that money back. If somebody steals a car from you, I know, for example, on my part, because anything on a drive, I mean, you could hope you get that car back, but you know what I mean?
Yeah. Certain things that go out of what seems to be any control, you're better off accepting than dwelling over, sure. The idea of philosophy is to start to question you on how you know that's the case, how you got there, right? How you are where you are right now.
Well, there's more to philosophy than that, but yeah.
What'd you say?
I said there's more to philosophy than that. There's different branches of philosophy that deal with different things.
Yeah, in a general sense, how you got to the claims you're making today is part of your worldview, which is a philosophy in a general sense. The simplified way to speak of philosophy is metaphysics, epistemology, ethics, being, knowing, and behavior. Basically, everything you talk about is going to fall in those categories. You're talking about something that exists. You're given a knowledge claim or a belief claim about that thing, and then you're implying an ought or a should within how you're talking about that thing or those things. So, simplified, very basic philosophical approach. But when you talk to the unbeliever, or the secularist, or the humanist, they have all these opinions about various subjects, which implies an ought or a should. And when you start to point this out, why do you think that's the case? Why ought I consider what you're saying? You're in a meta-ethical conversation. Have you ever heard that term?
Never heard the term a meta-ethical conversation.
You're talking about the overarching ethic in your worldview, like what propels your behavior ultimately. And when it becomes your feelings, your subjective feelings, your interlocutor can start to challenge the thrust of what you're coming up with and showing you that it's all just opinions and feelings, which is a vicious circle of your own autonomous reasoning. It becomes quite possibly solipsism.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far that it becomes solipsism. I know other minds exist. I'm not the only thing that exists in the universe.
I know, but see, the interesting thing about that is when you make that claim, I think I can ask you a number of questions that will show that you don't know that you're just
okay, cool. I don't know it. Okay, you want to hear? Like,
well,
honestly, dude.
So then you're going to solipsism. You're
no,
sort of
I'm not going. No,
you're forfeiting to solipsism because you can't explain your claim about knowing other minds exist.
Other minds exist. You exist. Or are you saying you don't exist?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm questioning how you know things.
How do you know things, JG?
Yeah, so you can't just do that, right?
No, you can't. You're doing that. I can do that too. How do you know things?
Yeah, but I just gave my worldview earlier. I'm saying I base my worldview on the scriptures, on the revelation of God. You already know that.
Okay, but how do you know that's true then? How do you know the Bible is true? How do you know God exists?
It's my
I mean,
ultimate.
isn't that based on your feelings too?
No, the argument's not based on my feelings. I have feelings, but my argument's based on presupposing God. What is your ultimate presupposition? Because I think it's your feelings, and I think I can point that out.
Okay, cool. It's my feelings. What of it?
Well, if you're going around giving people your feelings, and they're giving you their feelings, what's to stop them from destroying you? What kind of argument do you make that they ought not do that? For instance, you're saying everyone has their feelings. Everyone's
JG. For the love of God, never stop believing in Jesus Christ, because you literally scared me. Okay.
Why is that?
Because who in their right mind, thinks already that, oh, if it's just based on feelings, that's to stop me from bashing your skull in. Are you insane?
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying my feelings could lead me to want to do that. And your argument would be, well, that's just your feelings, like I have my feelings. You can't argue against that in your worldview. That's the point. The head basher.
Neither can you.
Yes, I can. The head basher becomes legitimized in your worldview because you accept that as a foundation for, quote, truth, because your worldview can be broken down to your feelings.
Okay,
So
you do realize that you're transferring responsibility from yourself, generally from yourself to an outside source. You can't control yourself enough to not smash me in the head. Come on, JG.
No, not quite. I'm saying there's something established before me and before you that's within us, as well as in the scriptures, that we know that we ought not to do that to one another. But your worldview doesn't give you that. That's the point. Even if you don't agree with me, I understand you don't. That is the point, though. Your worldview doesn't account for why you ought not to do that. And when you try to make
my world
accounts
for that, because I'm a human being. At the end of the day, I do not want to cause harm to others, because if I cause harm to others, harm will be caused to me.
Hitler, Mao, and Stalin are also human beings, so that's not a good argument to say you're a human being, right? Because human beings do terrible things to each other. So
those shit people do. Those shit humans do terrible things.
Well, that's your argument.
That's not the point.
No, your argument was because you said because I'm human. That was your argument. You're losing.
Yeah. Okay.
So you just negated your own argument, dude.
I'm not negating my own argument. You don't seem to get it. Okay.
Okay.
Like, what's wrong? What's wrong with caring about other humans? Even the bad ones. What's wrong with that?
From my worldview, that's a good idea. From your worldview, however, I don't know.
Oh, no, dude. You don't know me, okay? So just because I don't believe in God doesn't mean I do not care about others.
I know.
Okay.
I'm asking you about that subject. This is the problem I have, is people don't actually want to give their actual worldview. That's what we saw in Will, right? He made one up, right?
Well,
and now you don't want to do it either. You don't want to do it.
I'm still in here, aren't I?
Yeah, I'll give you credit for that.
I'm trying to give you my own worldview, but you don't seem to accept it.
No, I'm sorry if it seems like I'm being too abrasive. I don't feel like I am, but what I'm telling you is, like, I've already explored you in similar worldviews like yours. I know where this leads.
Oh, where does it lead? Please tell me.
As I said before, to an autonomous circle of your own feelings.
Okay, what's wrong with that?
Again, somebody else has their own autonomous circle of their feelings, like Hitler, Mao, or Stalin.
Okay.
And you point to them and say no, and they point to you and say yes, because your worldview does allow them to do those
things.
Well,
under your worldview, that same shit still happens. I don't know if you know this.
Yeah, right. Well, I'm not talking about what happens. I'm talking about the accountability for the system that you hold that says that person shouldn't do that, and they should do that. You don't have that, so Hitler, Mao, and Stalin are acceptable on your worldview without you saying so.
No.
Yes.
They are not. No. They are not acceptable under my worldview. Okay,
No.
I don't. Still, they've done terrible things in their life. Okay, they've killed millions of people. Okay,
Yeah.
they've done terrible things. So under my worldview, they're not just like, oh, you committed atrocities. Oh, that's okay. You're forgiven or some shit.
Yeah. This came up earlier when I said to Will, yeah, I agree with you. Or Halsey, I said, I agree with you. Like, we both agree that Hitler, Stalin, and Mao are deplorable, degrading, dehumanizing people. I'm saying, however, on your worldview, the way you explain how people ought to act or how you should act, they are acceptable by your own account, and you're
no,
missing.
they are not acceptable.
You're missing what I'm doing, though. You're missing what I'm doing.
And what are you doing?
I'm showing that you're claiming they're not acceptable, but when we challenge why they're not acceptable, you don't have an answer. It's just your feelings. That goes back to them having their feelings.
Well, but here's the JG. People respond based on their feelings all the time. Yeah, they might give arguments, but the reason they're responding is because they feel compelled to respond, giving an argument. You cannot detach yourself from your feelings completely.
I'm not saying you should. I'm not saying you should.
Yeah, well, that's what it sounds like. Oh, it's all feelings. So, like,
well, look, it's like maybe an easier way to put it is when you go to the ultimate presupposition or your ultimate authority. I say God, and I'm pointing out to you, it's your feelings. Even though you wouldn't say that's your ultimate authority, I can make an argument and talk to you, and it'll result in that.
Well, I can make the argument that you're in your feelings too, and God is your authority. You could be like, oh, God is my authority, and you're still in your feelings too, JG.
Okay, well then make that argument then.
I just did. You're still in your feelings too. You're human just like the rest of us.
I'm not making an argument from my feelings, though.
Yes, you are. Everyone makes the argument from their feelings.
From their
I
feelings
literally
as
said
the
that.
foundation? I think you're conflating the idea of the fact that feelings are involved in the process versus the foundation of the argument being feelings.
Okay, we are fundamentally feeling creatures. Okay, we're always constantly feeling. Okay, and that feeling pushes us to respond to something. Like some people respond. Some people respond by yelling, like Brandon Irish, and other people respond calmly. Other people are just nervous and stutter, like me. You know what I mean? But everyone responds from an emotion they have, from just something that compels them to do it. You know what I mean? I'm feeling sad. Right, like, oh, I'm feeling sad right now. Here's why. I'm feeling happy. Oh, I'm feeling happy. Oh, hey, you know what? I recently made some nice hamburgers. They tasted pretty well. Okay, some people don't feel emotions midnight, but I guess they. I may have to see whether psychopaths do feel emotion on some level, but just not enough to be to. Well, you fucked me up with that one, Tug.
Well, yeah, he kind of did, because he's showing that it's going to be a problem for what you're bringing for us. But do you think you might be able to steel man what I'm saying? Like the difference in the worldview, like I'm coming from the scriptures and from God and having an objective standard.
I get your worldview. Okay, I just don't agree with it. Just don't agree that the humans are so weak and depraved that that they can't control they can't control themselves just because they disagree on something. Like that's. I get what you're saying. You're like, oh, if morality is subjective, what's to stop me? What's to stop somebody from bashing someone's head skull in? Like, I really hate people. Really hate that people like David Woods exist. Considering when he was younger, he bashed his father's head in because he was an atheist, and then he's like, you went to jail. Oh, I'm a Christian now. Like I feel that. I am trying my best here, so sorry.
Okay, just give me a second.
Well, if you never get practice, you never get practice, I guess.
Oh, hey, I might be running out of time here, but I don't mind talking to you a little bit longer. The conversation's fine. You know, we don't talk too often, but if you're going to break it down to feelings, you can't really invalidate somebody else. Is the point? Like, even if their feelings are atrocious, the problem becomes in argumentation that you have to accept their feelings is what they're going to point out to you, even if those feelings are things you don't like or prefer.
Okay, but as long as those feelings don't lead into action, because that's the difference, right? Yeah, everyone's feelings are valid, but you know, but until they you know, they put them into action, that's when you have an issue. Like, yeah, there are a lot of people who have like very disturbing thoughts, but you know, generally they try to get help on. They try to get help at them, or like. Ultimately, I understand what you're saying. I understand your fear, because it is a fear, but at the same time, I just don't agree with it. As I said, like,
what are you saying?
There are many. Okay, the fear. Hold on. The fear is. Correct me if I'm wrong. The fear is if that morality isn't objective, then as you pointed out, I could stab you in the back, literally in Minecraft. That's the fear. You know, you feel that somebody could hurt you, somebody could hurt others. Like, can you at least admit that that's a fear?
Yeah.
There you go. Fear.
I was half listening. I apologize. I shouldn't have said yeah. I should have asked you to clarify. You're saying fear is
okay. You are afraid. You're afraid that let me try again. You're afraid that if morality isn't objective, literally anyone could come up to you and stab you in the head.
No, I shouldn't have agreed to that. That's what.
So then, what is it? Why? There has to be fear under it, though. Why would you make the argument that if morality isn't objective, people would do that? That's based on fear, whether you realize it or not.
No, it's not. I mean, if you want to say it's fear, okay, I'll agree with you in the sense fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. Yes.
No, I'm not talking about fear. I'm not talking about fear of the Lord. I'm talking about fear of humanity, fear of people, fear of others hurting you.
That's a secondary problem. Fear of the Lord is primary.
Okay, but what is the fear of the Lord? Just
what is it? Respect, reverence, adherence, obedience.
Okay, can you not respect the Lord and realize that morality is subjective?
Say again?
Can you not respect the Lord and realize that morality is subjective?
Yeah, that would be not the teachings of the scriptures. That's your universalist.
Well, where does it? Hold on. Where does the Bible that say that morality is objective? I literally never seen that before.
Well, you might not be as familiar with the scriptures as you think, but that particular.
I never said I was. I asked you where in the Bible does it say that morality is objective. I asked you for a source. I didn't say that I knew it.
Yeah. Well, you know, Romans 1 is one place where you go about the creator-creature distinction, and that everybody is responsible. They're without excuse. The fact that Jesus Christ is the truth, the way, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through him. That's about all people. Those are universal claims about all humanity. So that's where we get the idea of objectivity. And the way we behave within that framework is the moral, the behavior that entails us. And when there's a behavior that's stated for all people and we reject that, we're going something that is objectively true, that involves us, which puts us in a situation where we're going against an objective ethic. Now, you don't have to agree with that, but does it make sense to you?
I mean, I don't know that much about the Bible, so I guess.
Well, just the idea of, if I know you don't agree with an objective ethic, but what I'm saying, if in the case that there is an objective ethic, for you to go against it is going to be a problem in reality, right?
What do you mean? How is it going to be a problem in reality?
A consequence.
Okay, what consequences?
Well, take something like stealing, getting caught stealing.
Okay, I get caught stealing. I go to jail. Like I'm accountable to the people. I'm accountable to the laws of the land.
Yeah, right. Which I would, say are based on a higher law. Like if I can steal and get away with it, in my worldview, I still think I'm doing wrong. If I can steal, if I can pilfer and take from somebody that doesn't.
What makes you think? What makes you think? I still don't think it's wrong.
Well, if you do, I want to know why it's the case. That's the purpose of having these discussions. How you know that's the case, and again, you're just going to come back to because you feel like it is wrong, right?
Well, yeah, I see nothing wrong with that. Like I know you do. I know you think that if it's based on feelings, that what's to stop Joe Schmo from stabbing somebody in the back?
No. Just I got to go in a minute here, but look, if you're going to say that your feeling is okay, all you need to do is, you can do an exercise with yourself. Say, okay, if I think my feeling is okay and a subjective moral is okay, what happens when I make a case that's diametrically opposed to what I feel right now? What happens when I make a case that feeling is okay for a subjective moral system and my neighbors decide I don't need to live anymore? How do I argue against that? Because you've already accepted.
You don't argue. That point. You don't argue. You fight back.
No, listen, dude. There's a point here. Like, don't get lost in the examples as much as the concept behind it. When you say that everyone can have their feelings and make their own subjective moral system, what happens is you never really have an argument when there's something happening that you don't agree with. It's just they prefer that and you prefer this. And that's as far as it actually goes.
Whatever, dude. Honestly, I really wish you could just see it.
Yeah.
Right, but hey, you know what? I guess you wish I could see it too. So,
well, you can talk to me again if you think you have a point I'm not seeing. No problem. All right.
Eric is in the back, by the way. I don't know if you saw that.
What's that?
Unless he left. Lionheart. Eric was in the back.
Yeah, I've got to get going. So. That was me who wrote. Yeah, I told him I needed to get going. And I do. Get going. So, all right, man. Well, maybe we'll talk again. All right. Take care.
Yep. Bye.
Take care out there. Thanks for participating in the comments. Dog, Carrie, Peter, Greg, Whitney, Eric. Sorry I ran out of time. But thanks for listening, guys. Appreciate the comments too from the believers that help back up the arguments. And that's mostly coming from anybody who's commenting scriptures, and Peter W. understands these arguments. It's helpful comments. I feel like I'm explaining the same thing in different ways, and it's just not being received. And I'm not even sure what Midnight was trying to get me to receive. He's saying not receiving. But that's fine. Anyway, I'm tapped out for now. Grace and peace to you all. And take care.